Good morning, everyone. My name is David Catania, and I'm the chairman of the Committee on Education. Today is Thursday, March 6, 2014. We're in room 412 of the John Wilson Building. We're here today to hold an oversight hearing on and receive testimony on behalf of the performance of the Public Charter School Board in fiscal years 2013 and 2014 to date. The Public Charter School Board is the district's sole authorizer of charter schools and is responsible for ensuring that only the highest quality applicants are approved to open charter schools, monitoring the existing charter schools for compliance with applicable local and federal laws, holding charter schools to high standards with respect to and deciding to renew and which schools to renew and which schools to close. The board oversees the city's 60 charter school operators on 109 campuses. Presently, public charter schools serve approximately 44% of all public school students in the district, or about 36,500 students, a 5% increase over last year's audited enrollment. Just as the Public Charter School Board provides oversight of our charter schools, the Council must also hold oversight over our Public Charter School Board to make sure that we hold the authorizer accountable for its mission, initiatives, and outcomes. It's the committee's intention today to hear about the board's ongoing efforts to improve academic achievement at our public charter schools. The Public Charter School Board faces a number of challenges, including the ongoing matter with respect to Options Public Charter School, with respect to improving academic achievement in all of our public charter schools, ensuring that students and families are able to access special education services within our charter schools. Before we hear from the public witnesses, we will first establish the ground rules for the committee. We will have 5-minute opening statements from members. We will have 5-minute rounds for the public witnesses and 10-minute rounds during the government witnesses. Each public witness will be given 3 minutes to provide their testimony. Mr. Grasso, do you have an opening statement before we begin our public witnesses today?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman Catania. From the equity reports to the launch of My School DC, over the past year, we have definitely seen more openness and movement towards collaboration from the charter sector. This is welcomed and encouraged. As I have said last year, as the percentage of our public school students attending charter schools continues to grow, the demand for transparency will become even louder, and it is up to the Public Charter School Board to be more proactive to heed those requests. I have some questions today about the support that the Public Charter School Board provides to its LEAs, particularly its Tier 2 and 3 schools, as well as the policies around data collection and school discipline. I want to thank everyone for coming today and everyone's interest in charter schools, and I look forward to hearing the testimony that comes before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grasso. Our first public witnesses will be students from Washington U Ying Public Charter School, Elijah Isaac, Gabrielle Madison, and Vivian Rio Bailey. Please come forward. And why don't we add a fourth, Jessica Christie. We want to welcome the students from U Ying.
Chamber. This may be the first time some of you testifying, so just so we're clear on how we proceed,
Make sure that the green light is on before you begin talking, all right? And so when your testimony is over, you'll want to make sure that the green light is off. And we will go in order. And I want everyone to take their time. And the clock is right before you and let you know kind of where you are within your 3 minutes. We want to welcome each of you here today. And we'll begin with Elijah Isaiah. Are you Mr. Isaiah? Okay.
Okay.
Back and forth panel presentation.
All right. Well, then why don't we proceed according to how you all have organized, and just do our best to stay within approximately 9 minutes. Okay? Does that work? All right. Please begin.
Ni hao, Honorable District Council. I am Washington U Ying 6th grader Gabriel Madison.
Ni hao, Honorable District Council members. I am Elijah Isaac. I am a 6th grader at Washington U Ying Public Charter School.
And Honorable District Council members, I am Vivian Rio Bailey, and I am a 5th grader at Washington U Ying Public Charter School. Ni hao.
Thank you for letting us come
For you all to speak of the District Columbia International School, or DCI. We know you have all been very supportive of the school.
DCI is a public charter middle and high school for students, and it offers Mandarin Chinese, Spanish, and French, and the International Baccalaureate program.
Currently, there are 5 member schools: Washington U Ying, Mundo Verde, Lamb, and EW Stokes, and DC Bilingual.
DCI will provide an opportunity for students from the 5 member schools to continue our language immersion education.
And 20% of the student body at DCI will come from other schools across Washington, D.C., so new kids can learn too.
Those are just some of the basic facts about DCI that everybody should get the opportunity to know. Anyways, we would like you to continue to support DCI for several reasons.
It would give us better education since it is an IB school. And it will get us prepared for college and international jobs. I would like to become the ambassador to China when I grow up.
We will be able to communicate with people from other nations, and even better with our approaches to learning classes, and also through the IB Learner Profile.
And I would like to be either a marine ecologist or an astronaut aboard the ISS, both of which would be better if you're multilingual.
We would also be able to travel to different countries depending on what language you study besides English, and use our knowledge to communicate with other people around the world.
With the International Baccalaureate at DCI, we will be brought a better, fresh path to continue our academic endeavors.
And that will really impact our future, like getting a scholarship, going on more trips to China, like we did last year, and maybe even going to college overseas. I want to be an international chef and baker.
Another reason is that DCI will give us the future, an IB diploma, paving the way for many more knowledgeable scholars to come.
But there is more. This can also help with the local economy.
There will be many more jobs with the more teachers to come and the reconstruction of Delano Hall. With the first source law, at least 51% of all the workers will be Washingtonian residents.
We are also currently doing an international search for the right teachers.
That means we will have great teachers, and if we are to have great teachers, we will become even more knowledgeable and academically gifted.
Here is what we hope we can have at DCI.
We hope we don't have to wait for a long time for a really good building. We love Yu Ying, but we had to wait until our last 2 years of elementary school so we could get the building.
Since we each get our own Chromebook at DCI, we hope to get Chromebook cases, a lot of Wi-Fi hotspots, and solar chargers, and even online textbooks.
We hope to have a big campus near a metro or bus, lockers, a media room, science labs, and large hallways.
We want a gym, soccer fields, football fields, and maybe even a pool, shower rooms, and clean bathrooms. Also, overseas trips.
We love to have a kitchen and a garden area so we could grow some of our food and feed the hungry.
I would like DCI for a special reason. I'm very proud to be an American, but I'm also very proud to be born in China. And DCI will help me keep learning the language I had when I was younger and keep me connected to those in China.
My special reason for wanting DCI is because it will help me become the ambassador to China. DCI will give me the background knowledge so it will be easier to get the job and also the opportunity. DCI will allow me to help my community and finally allow me to help to communicate to people around the world.
And my special reason for wanting DCI is that it will help me with my careers. Because my career choices, it will be easier to be multilingual. And if And it would show growth as a learner, and globally learning would allow us to go to new, further horizons.
We know you support DCI and that you want us to have a great building right away. We want you to know how much we appreciate you. 谢谢.
We'd like to be able to continue our academic endeavors into a new, multilingual world.
And how much we kids appreciate your support. 谢谢.
We hope you can help us spread the message about DCI so that everybody would support us as much as you do. 谢谢.
Honorable council members, do you have any questions?
Well, that's a really impressive testimony, and appreciate the three of you being here to represent your school. I know that there are many, not only in your school, but the other 4 schools that feel similarly about this DCI. And so people who may be viewing from home, DCI, as the student suggested, is a coming together of 5 of our dual language immersion schools, 1 Mandarin, I think Mundo Verde and Lamb, Spanish, DC bilingual Spanish, and LC Whitlow Stokes also is French. I believe there were discussions about adding another school at some point, a Hebrew school. I don't know if that is in the works at the moment, but for starters, I've had the privilege to visit 4 of the 5 schools, and every one of the schools I visited is really an excellent place, and I look forward to seeing this middle school and high school built. What is at issue is whether or not the city will assist in the construction of this public school. I believe the costs are somewhere between $36 to $40 million, and the school is able to finance through its facility allotment most of it, but there's a $6 million gap that the school needs in order to complete the facility, which is really a small price to pay for such an excellent middle school and high school. The committee was clear in the budget that we made an allocation of $6 million of capital funds. So we did not specify which type of capital funds, but $6 million in capital funds to be used to supplement these 5 schools as they attempt to build really a world-class middle school and high school. The mayor has selected and chosen not to proceed with this funding, having reprogrammed the dollars out, even though we are literally awash with money at this point in time. What is staggering to me is that $6 million stands between us, and we're constantly discussing the need for high-quality middle school options. That is the topic du jour in every community across the city, is how do we create more? And here we have 5 schools coming together that have grown from pre-K through 6th grade, and they're now looking to come together to build a unified middle school and high school for 1,200 students and provide incredible opportunities. And for one of $6 million, which we have in abundance, it appears as if this project is stalled. And so what I'm going to do is I've sent a letter to the mayor asking that he revisit his decision, that he conduct a budget in accordance with the law, but just to give more people an opportunity to put their voices on the record, we will be noticing a hearing for a week from Saturday, which will start at 10 a.m. and will last as long as parents are interested in communicating their interest in this school. And I imagine it will be a rather long witness list, and I would hope that parents would come down and voice their intense desire to see their tax dollars go to support this important public school. It is incredible to me personally that we can talk about building a soccer stadium with $150 million, that we can all know that middle schools are an option, that we can have, as recently as last month, a $320 million surplus, and we're sitting on nearly $2 billion in surplus, and yet we can't find $6 million to build what we all know we need, an excellent, high-quality middle school, high school option, and create really a one-of-a-kind in the country. I'm unaware of any other program or school like this in the country, and I've had incredible conversations about Yu Ying in particular. Over Christmas, I had a family tell me that they moved to the District of Columbia for Yu Ying. And in fact, they moved from Hong Kong, where they were in a very expensive private language immersion school in Hong Kong. When they moved back to the States, they decided to move into the district so they could attend Yu Ying, and did. And according to the father, the Yu Ying experience is far superior to the language immersion Mandarin
private school in Hong Kong. And so I have no reason to quarrel with this father and his judgment about the quality of Yu Ying. So the issue is whether or not we will rise above pettiness and find the $6 million necessary to fund this school. And I intend to do everything that I can as the chairman of this committee to see that it happen, including what will be endless hearings and endless roundtables so every single parent can have their say. I have no questions other than to thank you. You guys are obvious illustrations of the quality of Yu Ying, and you deserve a middle school where you can continue to leverage what you've learned thus far, and so each of you can live your dream. Thank you very much for testifying. I'm going to ask Mr. Grasso if he has any questions. Mr. Grasso.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you all for testifying. I greatly appreciate the knowledge and information that you bring to the committee. Thank you. I have to say, although I find it interesting that you would want to be the ambassador to China, I think that's a fascinating and wonderful choice of profession. And to be an astronaut is amazing as well. I especially want to get to know the international chef. I actually really enjoy eating, and so please be sure to send your contact information so I can track your career. Okay? I appreciate that. I just have one question for you all. You all speak Chinese now and English. That's what you're studying is Chinese at Yu Ying, right?
Yes.
If you had the opportunity to go, or when you have the opportunity to go to DCI, do you think any of you, and any of you can answer, all three of you, would you pick up Spanish or French in addition to Chinese? Would that be something that you'd be interested in? You want to start?
I would be interested in learning some French.
Ah. Sure, yeah. Do you have an answer?
I would probably learn a little bit of Spanish if my Chinese grades are good.
Is that how it works? You got to keep your Chinese grades up. What about you, Gabriel?
Along with Eli, if my Chinese grades are good, now that I know Chinese and English, I might go into Spanish a little bit.
I think Spanish and Chinese would be very useful in our city, but also in the world. And so I commend you for that. I don't have any further questions, but thank you very much for your testimony. I have been out to your school once and am impressed with the school, and I look forward to visiting again later this month to kind of get a more in-depth view of what you're doing at the school. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I want to thank each of you. For anyone who doubts the future of public education, I encourage you to go and visit Yu Ying, among others, and to walk into a pre-K3 Mandarin immersion course in the District of Columbia. It's really an extraordinary opportunity. And so, aren't we lucky that we have these 5 schools, and what we're asking and seeking is the ability to continue through middle school and high school. All 3 of you obviously will continue through the DCI, provided it is funded, right?
Yes, sir.
And how about your classmates? Do you believe they'll continue in the school as well?
Most of them.
Yes.
All right. What's the best part of Yu Ying, in addition to the Chinese immersion? What do you like best about your school?
What's your favorite thing about school?
It's too much to say.
There's so many options,
Now, you
but
all,
they're all very good.
tell me, aren't there already opportunities to travel abroad?
Yeah.
And tell us where you might go as as public school students in the District of Columbia. Where does the school afford you the opportunity to visit?
Across the Silk Road in China.
All right. And are any of you going to take a trip to China?
Maybe.
Well, they did last year. Tony, you
Yeah.
Have you already taken a trip?
Yes.
All right.
Most of us.
Where did you all go?
Beijing, Xi'an, Shanghai.
And how was your Chinese? Were you able to communicate?
Yes, sir.
And did that experience change your life?
Yes.
I believe it would. How lucky we are to have kids in elementary school that are able to travel to China and communicate. I think this is the tip of the iceberg if we do what we're supposed to do as adults. I want to thank each of you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Our next witnesses will be Jessica Christie, Andrew Kolb. I believe these are both Yu Ying parents, and Mr. Velasquez. Why don't we ask Lynn McIntyre to come as well? Ms. Christie, we'll begin with you. And the same goes for all the adults. Just push the green light and start to talk, all right?
Is that going?
The green light will be right on your mic.
Is that? Okay.
Okay, please begin.
I think, yeah, while she's talking.
Good morning, and thank you so much for this opportunity to testify before this committee on charter school oversight. That's a difficult testimony to follow. I don't know if I can draw as many laughs, but I will certainly try. My name is Jessica Christie, and I have a 6th grader and a pre-K student at Washington Yu Ying Public Charter School. I am also the president of the Yu Ying Parent Association. My 6th grader has attended Yu Ying since its opening 6 years ago and will be attending DC International School next year, where he will remain until he graduates. While attending Yu Ying, my oldest has attained a level of language comprehension that I can only imagine. He participated in the school trip to China in May of last year, which provided him the opportunity for practical experience using his Mandarin Chinese at the 4 schools they visited, as well as during an overnight homestay. Rumor has it he was able to secure a screaming deal on a pair of swords negotiating with merchants in the Muslim marketplace, all in Chinese. My pre-K student has greatly benefited from practicing Chinese with his older brother at the dinner table. Yu Ying has not only provided my family with unparalleled language instruction, but has also provided excellent support for non-language subjects. There's been more than 2 years where my oldest son has gained more than 1 year in reading proficiency and has received wonderful support in other areas of academic and social development. The decision for him to attend DCI next year was easy, and I'm incredibly excited to form a new community from the 5 Tier 1 language immersion partner schools. Mary and Carmen, 2 of the hardest working educators that I know, and 2 of the people who made Yu Ying into such an inclusive and nurturing school, are now working to create a language immersion that will open with 200 students next year and eventually grow to serve 1,200 students in 6th through 12th grade. DCI will provide tremendous benefit to students from the feeder schools by allowing continued language instruction, and will also benefit students from the general population who lottery in. I sincerely appreciate the support for DCI from the Education Committee and hope that you can all work closely with DCI to enable the dream to come to fruition. Support from the PCSB is also greatly appreciated. DCI will be the only place where students can receive advanced language instruction in French, Spanish, and Mandarin Chinese in the city. Support for DCI from all sides is critical, not only because of the world-class international baccalaureate language immersion education that my students will receive, but also because of the security it provides. It's no secret the demand for high-quality middle and high school seats far outweighs demand. The formation of DCI will allow for an additional 1,200 quality seats to be created and allows a path for my family and countless others from Yu Ying and other feeder schools to stay in the city through high school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christie. Mr. Call.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Andrew Kolb, and I am a parent of a 1st and 3rd grade student at Washington Yu Ying Public Charter School. My family and I appreciate the support this committee has shown for Yu Ying and for DC International School. We are particularly grateful for your efforts to secure the funding that will be necessary for DCI to establish a quality educational facility for the students who will very soon be entering the school. I wanted to share our experience at Yu Ying and our hopes for DCI today to underscore the urgency and importance of your continued support. My wife is from China, and we have always intended to raise our children fluent in both English and Chinese language and culture. We were thrilled to discover in Yu Ying a school that supported this goal. We were equally thrilled to discover at Yu Ying an incredible community, a community of families, students, and teachers, people from an amazing variety of backgrounds, drawn together from every ward of the city, every race, every income level, all coming together out of dedication to a unique, high-caliber, globally oriented education. We are excited that this educational path can now continue through the middle and high school years. The vision for DCI is exceptional. However, we have seen the challenges facing charter schools in securing quality facilities. the task of establishing a middle and high school is daunting. We have every faith in DCI's leadership team to meet that challenge, but energy spent on fundraising for the facility is energy that could be spent on other aspects of establishing a successful school. So my message for you today is that support from this committee and the city government will translate directly into an improved educational experience for our children. In closing, I'd like to share an anecdote. My family recently purchased a home in Manor Park to be between Yuying and DCI. A few weeks ago, we had a housewarming party. So many of my children's classmates were there that I lost count. At a certain point, though, I noticed that the kids were strangely quiet. I went down to the basement to check on them. They were huddled together, whispering in Chinese and giggling. I went back upstairs. Anytime children are getting up to mischief in their second language, something is going right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cowell. Mr. Velasquez.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Mike Velasquez, and I am co-president of the parent-teacher organization at Latin American Montessori Bilingual Public Charter School, or LAM PCS. I'm honored to appear before this committee in my role as one of the many leaders of the LAM community to discuss the future of DCI. LAM serves 320 students from 250 families that come from all 8 wards, and I invite all members of the council to come visit us. I also appear in the role of a father. Over 10 years ago, around the same time LAM was started, my wife Michelle and I bought a home in Northeast DC. Today, we're the proud parents of 2 sons. Nico is 5 years old and attends LAM. Marcos, who is 3, will attend LAM in September. Our friends and family often question our decision to remain in the district now that we have children. Why not Fairfax County? Why not Montgomery County? Well, without hesitation, we reply, we not only love living in D.C., we also believe in the D.C. public school system, a system that includes both DCPS and public charter schools. In fact, my public school education prepared me to graduate from one of the most selective colleges in the United States. Our family strongly believes in public education, and we thank this committee for making the strength of D.C.'s public and public charter schools a priority. Although we would have been happy to enroll Nico in one of the great DCPS schools in our neighborhood, we wanted to raise our sons bilingual and biliterate, so we were thrilled when he was admitted to LAM. But grateful as we are that our children have access to a language immersion program in elementary school, we, like most LAM parents, want to ensure that our children can continue to develop their language skills in middle school and beyond. That's why Michelle and I were so excited when LAM joined 4 other Tier 1 charter schools to create DCA International. DCI will not only advance our sons' Spanish skills, but will also give them the opportunity to learn other languages such as French or Chinese, opening the world to them from right here in our nation's capital. But it won't be just our children benefiting. In a few short years, DCI will grow to a facility that educates more than 1,200 public school students, providing desperately needed middle school seats for DC's rapidly rising student population. DCI has the potential to create a world of opportunities for the current and future children of Elsie Whitlow Stokes, Washington U. Ying, DC Bilingual, Mundo Verde, and LAM Public Charter Schools. Opportunities for citywide collaboration to advance the idea of one city. Opportunities to create multilingual graduates with international baccalaureate diplomas who are poised to compete in a global economy, and opportunities to demonstrate to the nation the power of DC's schools. Chairman Catania, Councilmember Grosso, members of this committee, and committee staff, I want to truly thank you for your past support of DCI, for LAM, and for all public charter schools, and to ask for your continued support to make DCI a reality, to provide these opportunities for Washington, D.C., and all of its sons and daughters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. McIntyre.
Good morning, members of the council.
Good morning, members of the council, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. My name is Lynn McIntyre, and I'm the mother of 2 students at DC Bilingual Public Charter School, as well as the founding co-president of its PTA. My boys are 6 and 9 years old and have lived in Washington, D.C. all their lives, and yet they are both bilingual and multicultural. How is this possible? There really is only one answer: through DC Bilingual. We live in Ward 3. Our neighborhood is lovely, and we're fortunate to live there, but it's not exactly what I would call a hotbed of cultural or linguistic diversity. And while I commend DCPS for providing us with a terrific local public school, it was not an option for our family because the education there is unilingual. We've chosen a bilingual and multicultural education for our children, in part, of course, because we believe it will benefit them now and in the future. But that's not the only reason. We also believe it will benefit their community, their city, their country, and their world, to have children who know that the way that they live isn't the only way to live, who know what it feels like to be in the minority, and who are aware that there is a big wide world out there, and they are but a small part of it. To be honest, they're not the only ones in our family who have benefited. My own language abilities have improved dramatically since my older son started at DC Bilingual, and my cultural horizons have been expanded as well, as I have created both working and personal relationships with people I otherwise would quite possibly never have met. I am, without a doubt, a better citizen of Washington, D.C. for having my children in a bilingual and multicultural public charter school. The creation of DC International will not only continue these benefits for the children and families of its 5 member schools, DCI will also greatly expand the opportunity of children from all 8 wards of the city to reap the benefits of this type of education. And let's face it, we do not exactly have an oversupply of quality middle schools in the city right now. I know that one city is someone else's motto, but I do believe that the members of the council have similar aspirations for our wonderful city. Aspirations for a unified city, full of compassionate, wise, and yes, multicultural citizens. It's my firm and passionate belief that our charter schools, and our bilingual charter schools in particular, play a very important role in helping us achieve that goal. Language immersion charter schools don't just teach children a foreign language. They teach them to be the kind of future citizens that we all want as part of our city. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. You know, I've been struck by the diversity of each of the schools that I've visited, the 4 that I've visited, where it is true that the students are coming from across the city, and more often than not, they almost directly mirror the demographics of the city in terms of racial composition and socioeconomic background. I've been particularly impressed with the parent organizations. I've had a chance to speak before the LAM PTA, and the turnout and the respect that is afforded the parents there is really quite something to see. So I'm sold on the DCI experience. We just have to encourage the executive to revisit the decision to reprogram the $6 million away from the school. It does seem like really a fraction of the city's abundance that could be used immediately to start providing some high-quality middle school options. You know, I've heard anecdotally from parents that many of them have decided either to stay in the city, you know, as a result of this middle school option, that we lose many of our families at middle school for want of, you know, a high-quality option. And so it very much depends on people's socioeconomics. If they are able to move, they do, and if not, we really relegate them to the best they can do as opposed to the best that we can offer. And this is an illustration of, I think, what best we can offer. Have you heard similar conversations amongst families from your schools, or is this just a one-off that the occasional conversation I've had with parents from these 5 schools? Would anyone care to offer?
Is this on?
It is, Ms. Christie.
Oh. Okay. As president of Washington Union's Parent Association, I've had an opportunity, as Lynn was saying at the other end, to meet and interact with many people that I might otherwise not have a chance to. And when you say DCI at Ying's campus, there's an excitement in the air. We have a really good connection, having had Mary Schaffner and Carmen Rio Bailey really build Ying from the ground up. We see what they can do, and we are beyond excited to see what they can do with DCI. And so it's excitement, and parents want to see DCI, and it's the reason that people will stay in the DC public school system.
Anyone else want to comment?
I'd just like to say, like my other witnesses here, you know, there's a real sense of community that has developed in our schools, and a sense of community that we may not otherwise have had. Certainly, we have the community of our neighborhoods and our local DC public schools, but to bring a city together in a sense of community, and the energy that is derived from that is amazing. And I know that there is a buzz in the city about DCI because it is creating middle school seats. When we first got here, before we were parents, Michelle and I talked with our work colleagues who had children of middle school age, and they were all very worried about what they were going to do. And I can tell you that worry, that concern is definitely going down, and we need to keep moving forward and creating middle school and high school seats in D.C.
Are any of you aware of any other middle school in the region that would offer the types of amenities and the diversity of languages that DCI would offer?
Not aware of one that costs less than $35,000 a year, let's put it that way.
Right. And, it is kind of an odd thing that, for $6 million, we could actually create 600 high-quality middle school and high school options, which would serve as a magnet for families not only to stay here, but perhaps to move here. What a great value to have that level of quality. And now we all pay substantial taxes in the city, to be sure, but you would actually feel as if you were getting your money's worth and then some as an entire community, not just as individual family members, but as a community. I think that I certainly feel we get our money's worth out of the 5 schools when you look at their performance and you look at the energy around them. And to be able to market to the region as we are emerging from a slumber of less than perfection from our public school system, to be able to point to serial excellence, and this being one, I think could really be a great lead for our resurrection of our public school system, to say these are things you can get here that are simply unthinkable in Fairfax or unthinkable in Montgomery County or unthinkable in Loudoun. And what a great draw that would be in terms of retaining and attracting families. That's how you grow a city, through addition, not through subtraction. I want to thank each of you for being here, and I hope you heard that the committee will have a hearing on the subject of this decision by the executive a week from Saturday. And it may seem like a moot point, but I do believe it's important that people come down and put their perspective on the record. I mean, this government doesn't belong to the 13 members of the council, nor does it belong to the mayor. It belongs to the people who pay the bills. And there are more than 640,000 of us. And so I hope you will come down and put your point of view on the record. Mr. Grasso.
I just want to thank you all for coming down and the work you're doing to make this happen. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Chris Siddell, Elizabeth Tossell, Robert Kane, Alex Pierman. Chris, we'll begin with you.
Good morning, Chairman Catania, Councilmember Grasso, members and staff of the committee. I'm Chris Siddell, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Meridian Public Charter School and father of 3 children in DCPS and public charter schools here in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Founded in 1999 as a K-3 school centered in Ward 1, Meridian serves nearly 600 students from across D.C. in pre-K through 8th grade. After a decade in an older commercial building on Florida Avenue, the D.C. Public Charter School Board supported the steps we took to secure highly favorable new markets tax credit financing to renovate and fully occupy the LEED Silver certified Harrison Elementary School building at 13th and V Northwest. In 2012-2013, that academic year, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, OSSE, flagged Meridian for possible test integrity violations on the 2012 administration of the D.C. Comprehensive Assessment System. In response, we took immediate action and consulted with OSSE, independent third parties, and communicated with the staff of the Public Charter School Board as we assessed and corrected the deficiencies related to the testing environment and related processes. After taking a comprehensive set of corrective actions, in 2013, Meridian garnered a score of 62.6% on the performance management framework, the school's best showing to date. Throughout this turbulent time, the Public Charter School Board demonstrated through its actions and through its statements a shared focus on Meridian's families and students. With a new leadership in place at Meridian and with Public Charter School Board approval for continued operation, we continue to engage regularly with the Charter Board on issues related to compliance and fulfillment of our educational mission. We're proud of our accomplishments to date at Meridian, but we know we will not have achieved our full potential until Meridian is a school where all students are proficient or advanced in reading and math, and all students are prepared to succeed in high school and in life. Our board and school leaders are committed to a targeted, data-driven effort to make Meridian a model for the district. We're confident that continued coordination and communication with our authorizers at the Public Charter School Board will help us reach that goal. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Ms. Tossell.
Good morning, Chairman Catania.
Morning.
Members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Tossell, and I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. I'm testifying on behalf of CLC, the largest nonprofit legal services organization in the district, and the only one devoted to a full spectrum of children's legal services. Every year, we represent more than 2,000 low-income children, many of whom attend DC public charter schools. I appreciate this opportunity to testify regarding the performance of the Public Charter School Board. PCSB has had a number of significant achievements this year. It continues to lead the education agencies in sharing meaningful data with the public and in using data strategically to improve school performance. PCSB spearheaded the development of the equity reports, which provide the first comprehensive overview of attendance, discipline, proficiency, and mobility across both the charter and traditional public schools. PCSB also put in place a special education audit policy that has allowed it to intervene with schools that are flagged as potentially discriminating against students with disabilities. These achievements are a testament to the creativity and spirit of community engagement that Scott Pearson and his leadership team have brought to the board. While PCSB has done a great deal of important work, and many individual charter schools offer excellent special education services, the sector does not yet offer high-quality special education services across the board. My written testimony includes a number of recommendations to increase the special education capacity of the charter school sector. I will focus on just two of them this morning. First, I recommend that PCSB make information about all charter schools' special education offerings available to parents. DCPS reports basic data publicly on all of its special education programs, but PCSB offers no such centralized data. This makes it very difficult for parents to determine which schools might be the best fit for their children. A parent with a child interested in math or classics can easily search on the PCSB website for schools that specialize in those subjects, but a parent of a student with a reading disability has no simple way to determine which schools have expertise in educating students with similar disabilities. Providing more information to parents about special education offerings would be consistent with PCSB's emphasis on improving schools through transparency and parent choice. Second, I recommend that PCSB work with OSSI to improve monitoring of special education at the charter schools. Right now, the agencies take a piecemeal approach where each one collects different data and has different enforcement tools available at different times in the oversight process. Dividing up oversight in this disjointed way is allowing schools to slip through the cracks. The agencies should work together to better streamline and coordinate their oversight. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kane.
Good morning. My name is Robert Kane. I'm Executive Director of Focus Friends of Choice in Urban Schools. This is Steve Taylor of our data team who's going to be running the machine and answering hard questions. I can only answer easy questions about this. I'm here to testify about public charter school performance. I've got a few graphs that I think tell the story. Throughout these graphs, the charter schools are in green. The first graph shows how public charter school performance overall has improved over the last 8 years. And this is combined reading and math scores. The next graph shows that public charter schools are doing relatively well in all 7 wards that have public charter schools. As you know, there are no charter schools in Ward 3. The next graph breaks out the most recent public charter school graduation rates for
Mr.
different
Kane,
sub...
we're having a bit of a technical issue at the moment, so I don't believe these graphs are showing up on screen. Each of the members of the committee and staff have a copy, so we'll be able to go through your testimony with you, but I apologize. There's a technical issue at the moment with respect to our if we're able to get it remedied, we'll put the graph or graphs back on the screen, but at the moment I just want you to know people are not able to follow you at home, but please continue.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So this graph we're looking at now breaks out the most recent public charter school graduation rates for different subgroups of students. And you can see that charter school graduation rates for disadvantaged African American and special education students are dramatically better. The next graph gives another way of looking at graduation rates. These are the rates for all charters and DCPS open enrollment high schools. And you can see that the top 10 charters, the top 10 for graduation rate are all public charter schools. Now finally we have a couple of NAEP graphs. I know you're very interested in NAEP, Mr. Chairman. This graph shows public charter school NAEP performance compared to all the urban districts for which NAEP data is available. And it shows that public charter school 8th grade free and reduced meal students are still below the national average, as you can see, but ahead of 60% of the urban districts that NAEP tracks in mathematics. And then finally, we have the NAEP scores for public charter school African American 8th grade students, and they exceed the national average, and the scores of 86% of urban districts in the NAEP. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pearman.
Good morning, Chairman Catania and members of the Committee on Education. My name is Alex Pearman, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Associate at DC Lawyers for Youth, a research, advocacy, and direct service organization that seeks to improve DC's youth justice system. My current testimony today will focus on DC's improvement in tracking, on DC PCSB's improvement in tracking discipline data, the use of suspension in PCSB schools, and steps that the Council could take to help PCSB schools decrease their use of these practices. We commend PCSB for its timely collection and reporting of disciplinary data, including its participation in the new joint DCPS-PCSB equity reports. Based on its responses to the committee's questions, it seems that PCSB has been extremely effective in requiring schools to track disciplinary data and providing tools for school leaders to interpret those data. However, the equity reports could be improved in 4 key ways. First, by reporting the number of suspensions at each school in addition to the number of students suspended. Second, by reporting a more granular breakdown of suspension lengths than simply 1+ days and 11+ days. Third, by providing information on the behaviors for which exclusions were issued. And fourth, by adding information on in-school law enforcement activity, such as arrests. The available data help us understand how PCSB schools are using exclusionary discipline. We are very pleased that the public charter schools have decreased the sector's expulsion rate by 27%. The data on suspensions are less encouraging, however. During the last school year, 15% of PCSB students were suspended at least once, an increase in the rate from the 11-12 school year. In middle schools, about 1 in every 3 PCSB students during the 12-13 school year. This trend is concerning given what we know about the harmful and counterproductive effects of suspension. Else equal, a single suspension makes a student twice as likely to repeat a grade and 3 times as likely to be referred to the juvenile delinquency system. PCSB students in special education were suspended at 2.3 times the rate of students not in special education. The strength of the evidence concerning these harmful effects led the U.S. Department of Education to issue new guidelines for school districts. In the guidance package, Secretary of Education Artie Duncan notes that exclusionary discipline can erode the trust between students and school staff and undermine efforts to create the positive school climates needed to engage students in a well-rounded and rigorous curriculum. We believe that suspensions harm not only the students pushed out, but also their classmates. Nearly all suspensions in the district are for under 10 days, meaning that suspended students return to their regular classroom, and when they do, they are farther behind in class, and most often nothing has been done to address the root causes of their behavior. As a result, students returning from suspension require increased teacher attention to help them catch up, and may continue to struggle with impulse control or interpersonal skills in the classroom environment. In closing, I want to note again our approval of PCSB's data collection policies and analysis tools and commend charter schools for decreasing their expulsion rates. Finally, I want to thank the Council for its commitment to student achievement and interest in school engagement issues. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pierman, especially for acknowledging the improvements that the Charter School Board has made. I think the suggestions you've made are really constructive, and hopefully we can hear from the Public Charter School Board about whether, their continued improvements can incorporate the information that you've requested. I think that's certainly helpful. Mr. Siddell, I want to say that I really appreciate how quickly and how effectively Meridian tackled the issue of the testing integrity that happened on your campus. You have, I think, a school that has a very bright future, and it's perfectly, as far as the renovations, the improvements, it's a terrific setting. And I think that the way in which you address this issue is to be commended and as a model for other schools. So I want to thank you for your role in the leadership you provided the board and how quickly and really in a very no-nonsense way you handled that issue. So I want to thank you for that. Mr.
Thank
Kane,
you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kane, the statistics that you are providing with respect to test scores, I want to take a minute to turn to, I guess it's, the pages aren't numbered, but you focus on 8th grade math, free and reduced meal, 8th grade math, African American students. What I want to do is I want to pause for a second about, this, the test data, whether we're talking about our DC CAS or whether we're talking about the national assessment on educational progress, which people look at as an indication of whether or not we're improving or not. I think we've done a bit of a disservice, in the city on how we have relied upon, perhaps, and even manipulated that data to suggest things are changing when, underneath the surface, I don't see it. And so to have a snapshot, and we're going to just talk about charter school students, without telling us where these students were, in 2011 or 2009 or 2007, we really can't show whether or not, students are improving by virtue of being in a charter school or a DCPS. So this is not to pick on one system or another. I happen to believe, both in our traditional public school system and our charter school system. What's more interesting to me is to see the growth of students in a system instead of a snapshot. So I'll play the devil's advocate and say that, yes, you look at the way the data is compiled for 8th grade math, and just so people at home may appreciate how these scores work. We test 4th graders and we test 8th graders. We test both grades in reading and we test both grades in math. So it's not as if we test every grade, every subject. This obsession to use, in lack of a better term, use data to prove points. I'm left wanting, though, when I look at trends to see where the improvements are really occurring within our system generally. And so, do you happen to have the data of where your 8th graders, can you track over time the improvements as opposed to a snapshot? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm asking, sure. 2007, 2009, 2012, can you produce the data? We can as well, but do you have it handy? In other words, can you tell me where 8th grade farm students were that were in the charter schools in 2007 with respect to math?
Steve is getting this right at the moment.
And again, it's about the selective use. And just for the people viewing at home, we have seen across the board within DCPS and within our schools generally, we've seen improvements in math from 07 to 013. And we've seen it, and it's all races have improved and all socioeconomics have improved. For me, what's more interesting is where are the students with respect to reading? And when you look at the data that the National Assessment of Educational Progress provides, on the reading front for 4th grade, it tells a very different story. And I said this at last week's hearing. The scaled score for African Americans has not changed from 2007 to 2013 with respect to all of our students. In fact, for fourth grade. It was 192 in 2007, and it's 192 in 2013. Similarly, with respect to African Americans with reading eighth grade, they've actually reduced 1 point from 238 to 237. With respect to Latinos, fourth grade reading in 2007, it was a 206, so 14 points higher than African Americans, but it went from 206 in reading to 211, so a 5-point increase. But for Latinos at eighth grade, their scores decreased from 249 in 07 to 213. I'm sorry, in 213 to 247, so a 2-point decrease. So statistically, we haven't seen progress in these two races from 2007 to 2013.
If I may, Mr.
Please.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, it's quite clear that students are not improving nearly fast enough, as demonstrated by the NAEP and also by the DC CAS. But just looking at the charter schools, which is all I can speak about, there has been improvement at the fourth grade level overall and also in the subgroups you mentioned in reading.
Why don't we put them on the record? So your understanding within the charter schools, so for African Americans in 2007, what was the scaled score in charter schools?
These are, it's very hard to answer these questions up here, Mr. Chairman. We can provide you with all this data, but I can't, I can't just reel this stuff off.
All right. Well, why don't we do this? Because, again, I was inspired by your charts and the contentions made in the charts, so I'm just trying to press a little further. I really think, and Mr. Grasso, if you'll bear with me for a second, I'm over my time. Everyone with a point of view, myself included, points to the scores that they think proves their point. And what might be necessary is just, or important, is just to have a full-on discussion with people from different points of view and tease this out about what do these scores really tell us. Right now, the media is dominated by a particular point of view and it's reinforced by the Secretary of Education, who says that the district's test scores are national, the most growth in the country. But really what is changing, it isn't the actual scores of the particular races. It's just there's a reconstitution of the races in the city in terms of percentage. And so, by the way, when we look at whites, from 2007 to 2013, the scaled score went from 258 to 260, so a 2-point increase. So we're not talking about any one particular race knocking it out of the park under school reform. We're talking about a system that in 2007 was composite 85% African American is now 67%, where there's been more than a doubling of whites to the extent you have the socioeconomics, which often tracks race, which tracks performance. You have more high performers in the system by virtue of socioeconomics and high scorers, even though those high scorers aren't seeing the kind of progress we would like, right? You have more of them, and of course it's going to skew the results. And so I just want to peel back all the posturing and figure out what is it going to take. What are the interventions that work for these particular subsets, whether it's socioeconomic subsets, whether it's racial subsets, whether it's English as a foreign language subsets? What are the interventions that are going to bring real improvement over time? Because what I fear happening is we have this kind of this narrative that comes right from the Secretary of Education that is completely disconnected from the numbers. It just really, it's I don't think doing us a service. And so if you would like to add anything, I'm over my time. I'll give you the last word, and then I'll turn to Mr. Grasso.
With your permission, I don't disagree with anything you say in general. We play by the rules of the game. We don't make up the game.
Right.
And so we spend a great deal of time peeling back this data, as you say, and trying and looking at that. But what we can say is that our individual charter schools, many of our individual charter schools, are improving students year to year, both on the DC CAS and the NAEP. Nobody's happy about the rate of progress, but that what we feel about the value of the charter school movement is that individual schools are responsible for their individual students, and therefore we can actually see how they're doing on that. But we don't get to choose the tests or anything like that. So I very much appreciate your willingness, I should say eagerness, to look into this, and we'll be happy to help.
Well, and finally, before I turn to Mr. Grasso, here's the disconnect, and Mr. Grasso may feel or share or have a different point of view. When you peel back and look at the numbers, whether it be by race or socioeconomic, there have been improvements in math, but reading is flat, all right? And so, if we are more curious about the numbers, maybe we look at what we're doing with respect to math as being on the right path, but the need to revisit perhaps some of the things we're doing with respect to reading. And so, Mr. Kane, here's the issue that I'm trying to reconcile. I see the numbers that show us improvements here, maybe being static here, and then that collides with the impressions that I receive as I visit our schools. And there's no question, whether it be traditional public or charter schools, that there have been massive structural improvements, whether it be in facilities, whether it be in organization, whether it be in programming. And so it could be that some of these other improvements aren't actually being reflected in these narrowly defined areas in which we test. In other words, so are we putting too much emphasis on this? Are we misinterpreting this? Or are we exaggerating this when here's where the progress is? And so this is all very interesting to me. There's no question we're making improvements. But I do think with respect to subsets, if we are going to live or die based on these scores, then we need to peel them back and be honest by them. I happen to think there's more to education than these scores. And Mr. Grasso, you've been very patient. I apologize. You'll have as much time as you need on this round. Thank you all very much. Mr. Grasso.
Thank you, and that's no worries. First I want to just also commend you, Mr. Siddall, at the Meridian Public Charter School Board. You guys have done an outstanding job rebounding from that situation, and I think you continue to show great progress, and I think there's a great future for the school. And so I want to thank you for being open and transparent about it, and in your efforts to get to where you are. I think that's helped out a lot, so thank you for that. I wanted to note, Mr. Pearman, this is going to be an ongoing effort. What you've testified to is extremely important and something that I'm concerned about. I look forward to seeing the final results from the report that we required from last year across all LEAs and see how that impacts the discussion, and then see if we can't broaden the discussion. I will be asking some questions today about there are a few charter schools out there that are suspending 3- and 4-year-olds, which is just bizarre world. So I'm going to ask some questions about that. Ms. Tossell, I appreciate that your testimony that you submitted is a lot more, a lot more in depth than what you were able to do in your allotted time, and I'm willing to give you a few minutes if you want to get some of the highlights of your testimony on the record now. If you would like to take a few of my minutes, that would be fine.
Sure, thank you. It is quite a bit longer, so just to choose a few highlights to summarize. I think we wanted to highlight a couple of very promising programs that have been started by the charter schools that we think are really good ways to build capacity in the charter sector. And two of the highlights are the idea of having a consortium that can provide additional services to schools that might not have the in-house expertise to provide every kind of service or every evaluation or professional training.
So like a central office?
Basically. I understand there are two organizations that have been operating pretty successful consortia for the schools and are happy to continue doing it, but it seems like there's additional need, and it seems like that's a very good way to help schools that are smaller, some of them are really quite small in comparison to DCPS, be able to provide the full array of services.
Excellent.
And the other idea along those lines was to continue the idea of a satellite classroom where several different charter schools could place students who might have more intensive needs. And our hope is that in the satellite classroom, you'd have very high quality instruction and services, and you'd have staff from the sending school go to that classroom and learn, what is the best way to teach this child with this disability, what's the state of the art, and then bring it back to their original school. So we saw the model that has been used so far was not a successful one, but we do think that the idea itself has a lot of promise and hope to see that continued.
I appreciate that. Well, I just want to thank you all for your testimony today. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank each of you for your testimony. Thank you. Mr. Martell, Mr. Syndrome. I see Mr. Martell. Mr. Martell, you'll be our last our public witness before the government. Just want to let Mr. Pearson and Mr. McCoy know that this is the last public witness, so if you need to step out of the chamber for any purpose, you'll be next after Mr. Martell. Mr. Martell, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Catania and Mr. Grasso, members of the committee. there are many gaps in valid and reliable student enrollment and performance reports in the charter high schools for which the public still has no complete picture. Until complete data are made public, the Council should entertain no increases in charter school funding. Valid data would show pre-charter enrollment and test results by school and grade level and the results after testing, and also by cohort. For high schools, you and the public should know these same test results for in both scale scores and proficiency rates for the students who remain versus the students who were transferred out prior to their 10th grade tests. The untested 9th grade has turned that grade into a year-long audition for students to allow charter operators to exercise their choice over which students will be chosen to move to 10th grade and then be allowed to test. There are several very odd statistics that raise questions that I hope you will pursue. 9th grade enrollment. Although the charter school sector has, high schools have similar rates of student loss between grade 9 and 10, charters 28%, DCPS 30, the increase in enrollment from 8th to 9th grade is dramatically different. The 4-year charter cohort rate is 9.5%, DC's spike is 63%. These are 4-year averages. When I received the attached chart from Thurgood Marshall's class of 2012 enrollment data from Chairman Mendelson's office and compared the numbers to the OSSI enrollment numbers for the 9th grade, it suddenly became clear that this school's 9th grade original cohort was the same as the October 9th grade count in 2008. Since the adjusted cohort graduation rate only counts first-time 9th graders, that meant that somehow Thurgood Marshall had no repeat 9th graders. That would explain the fact that it transfers out over 50% of its original 9th grade enrollment before graduation. And also it added 16 students, and what was their performance rate before they came to Thurgood Marshall. Thurgood Marshall's last 3 graduation cohorts, 2011 to 13, averaged 31% male when they were in 10th grade. What was their male-female ratio when they were in 9th grade and when they graduated? We need to know those numbers, and it's very good that you raised that question with DCPS. Everything I say applies both to DCPS and the charters. Otherwise, we're not talking about valid comparative data. Has the Public Charter School Board allowed Thurgood Marshall, as its national poster school, to set a quota on the maximum number of African male students that are allowed to continue past 9th grade? I hope you will pursue these and the other questions that I sent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martel. Mr. Rivera, I'm sorry, we skipped over you. Please introduce yourself and please provide your testimony.
It's not a problem. Good morning, Education Committee. My name is Timothy Rivera. I'm a staff attorney with Advocates for Justice in Education. And just a little bit of information about AJE. We are the Parent Training and Information Center for the District of Columbia. We provide trainings, information, and resources, direct services to parents and students regarding public education and special education issues. Most of my work concerning public charter schools are representation of the families facing expulsion from these schools. And today I'd like to convey some concerns that we have learned based on this work with the families in order to continue to improve our charter schools. Now, right now, as you know, there are no clear limits or parameters for public charter schools, suspensions and expulsions. OSSI has proposed some regulations multiple times, but as of today, they are not in place. We do need to address this issue. Expulsion in education is the worst possible punishment. They lead to delinquency, substance abuse, school dropout, and can push out our most needy students into the school-to-prison pipeline. There have been lower reported reductions in expulsions, which are good, but we should strive as a community to limit expulsions to the most grave safety circumstances. In this area, we can learn from our neighbor down the road, Baltimore, which has reevaluated its discipline policies, and they have seen increases in the graduation rates for African American males. And this may be a tool that we can look at in order to address our city's achievement gap. We also noticed the problem of transfers from charters, and there has been new data available from the equity report on this, on the rates of withdrawals from charter schools. And they show some charters losing up to 7% of their enrollment throughout the year. We've seen no data examining the reasons for these withdrawals. However, we, through our work with parents, see that many parents choose to withdraw students due to a proposed expulsion. As has been reported, there's also an issue of an economic incentive for charter schools to push out students after they have been counted as attending the schools. If they do this, or if students are expelled or withdraw after the count date, the charter schools are able to keep the money received for them, for the students. As for special education services, district charters, which work with DCPS in order to provide special education services, in those cases, we've seen some gross examples of special education law violations by district charters. And the families we assist are often caught in the middle of a blame game between DCPS and these district charters. As to parent communication, we would like to see a more transparency in terms of school handbooks, in terms of due process.
Mr. Rivera, your time has expired. If you would please just conclude that thought, and we'll
yes,
go to questions.
Yes, we will conclude. And we would like to see more robust and required listings of suspension and expulsion protections in charter school handbooks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
And we thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Mr. Martell, what is it exactly or precisely that you're accusing Thurgood Marshall High School of doing?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Catania?
What precisely are you accusing Thurgood Marshall High School of doing?
Well, it has one of the highest push-out rates between ninth grade enrollment and graduation. I think it was something like 37% of the original ninth grade enrollment actually graduates. Add to that the 16, if in that one class that I received the information on, and it gets even lower for that rate. Because we don't even, you know, the Mathematica report on KIP showed that there were the replacement students that came in.
But Mr. Martell, do you have any evidence? I mean, I have to tell you, I take this very seriously. And, you know, I believe one of our finest high schools in the city, Thurgood Marshall happens to be one of the finest high schools in the city. I think it provides a beacon of excellence in a community that very much needs a high-performing high school. Compared to the its peer high schools in the community where Thurgood Marshall is located, it is really incomparable in terms of the success rate and level of achievement. And so in the absence of specific evidence or testimonials or affidavits where you can tell me that students are claiming that they are being pushed out, I find this a very hard allegation to swallow.
Well, what I would request of you and the committee, Mr. Catania, is that you request that data, that what is the performance rate of the students who left. I can only raise the question because I don't have access to that data.
Well, Mr. Martell, I appreciate your continued interest and advocacy on behalf of public schools. So this is not a quarrel I have with you. But, you know, I've tried since becoming chairman of the committee to support both systems when I think they're right and to be critical of both systems, traditional and charter, when I believe they are wrong. Let me suggest why there might be a gender gap, for instance, at Thurgood Marshall or at Cesar Chavez Parkside, why some of our charter schools and our middle and upper school levels might have more girls than boys. Do you want to hazard a guess as to why that is?
Okay. Well, we know that for the average male enrollment during that period is about 46% in the charters and roughly 48% in DCPS. So when you have that differential.
But may I, Mr. Martell, I'm going to give you strictly anecdotal experience from the communities that I'm discussing. So on our school visits, and Mr. Grasso has been kind enough to come to many of them, we finished yesterday our 125th school visit. It just so happens to be Washington Metropolitan, which is one of our most challenging environments in the city, without question. But in the 125 school visits, we make a point when we visit middle schools to ask the 8th graders which high school they'd like to attend. Not which high school they are going to attend, mind you, but which high school they would like to attend. And that comes at the tail end of the meeting with the administration. And what is striking is, and this is by no means scientific, and it's by no means every single 8th grade, but by and large in the community that serves Parkside and Thurgood Marshall, there is a decided gender difference in terms of where young girls select and where young boys select. Okay? Young boys often select the high schools that have, and the middle schools that have better athletic programs. All right? And so they will pick a school that may not be academically excellent because of its reputation with athletics. That explains why young boys, for instance, might be selecting a particular school. There are other things as well. Just anecdotally, through conversations with the young girls, they are selecting the higher performing, more scholastically demanding middle schools and high schools, both in an application context and a charter context. And so I think it's important to ask, why are our young boys in these communities that we're discussing in Wards 7 and 8, why are they not selecting application opportunities? Why are they not selecting higher performing charter opportunities? Is it all about athletics, or is it about, what messages are we sending young African American and Latino boys, and what messages are we sending young Latino and African American girls, so that when we ask them, where do you want to go, they themselves are making choices that may reflect very much in a gender gap, but it's not one of the school's construction. It's a larger issue. And so before we point the finger too hard at what I believe to be an excellent high school, Thurgood Marshall, an excellent high school and middle school, Parkside, we have to understand this a little more. And I'd invite you to help me with this, all right? Because if we do find out that parents are being forced out, it's good to know. Let's have it, right? Let's have an open, honest discussion and understand why that is the case. But what I fear might be part of the equation as well is the complete lack of preparation that many of our young people find, the situation they find themselves by the time they get into high school, where they are reading, and again, the schools that I'm talking about, I know the feeder systems and the middle schools that feed into the high schools we're talking about. And kids are showing up on a 4th and 5th grade reading level, and there is an expectation that they do 9th grade work, and they cannot do 9th grade work. Many self-select out. Many self-select out. It's just that simple. And with those high standards and the unwillingness to tolerate anything but, I don't blame some of the parents for making this decision. Just wish their children were on grade level and could compete. But I welcome a continued conversation with you, Mr. Martell. I think you provide a great contrarian point of view with respect to this issue, and have always welcomed your testimony. I'll give you
Can I just add, may I say one?
Please.
I just wanted to add that I have always said and maintained that the bottom line is the failure of DCPS to prepare, to find out what the problems are and to address them. That is the bottom line, okay?
Right.
But that plays into this larger picture.
And what I don't want this to be is a battle of the bands, DCPS versus charter, or charter versus DCPS. And I understand people have points of view, which is fine. But the real issue is a gender gap and a socioeconomic gap and a racial gap in graduation, right? Young boys versus young girls of color, nearly, for African Americans, a 17-point gap in graduation, Latinos a 12% graduation gap. Let that be the focus, not this charter school did this or this DCPS school did this. The system is failing, Mr. Martell. Mr. Grasso.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the government witnesses, Mr. Skip McCoy, Chairman of the Public Charter School Board, Mr. Scott Pearson, Executive Director of Public Charter School Board. Gentlemen, you will share 10 minutes of testimony. Hopefully that will be, Mr. McCoy, will you be giving the testimony?
Yes.
All right, will 10 minutes be sufficient, or do you need more time?
10 to 12.
Okay. Mr. McCoy, whenever you're ready, please begin. And we want to make sure that Mr. McCoy has some water.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Grasso. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. I'm glad I was able to get here early because it's really, at these hearings, you really get good feedback and good information about how the sector is performing. So it's an outstanding service. It's also being provided. My name is Skip McCoy. I'm the chairman of the D.C. Public Charter School Board, and I'm joined by our Executive Director, Scott Pearson, and our Deputy Director, Naomi DeVoe. Today I want to talk about PCSB, our role as a charter authorizer, and our focus on growing and strengthening charter schools so that they can provide quality options for thousands of families and students. Charter schools are critical to the revitalization of public education in the district and are contributing to a more optimistic future for our young people. The board's mission is to provide quality public school options for D.C. students and families. We currently oversee 60 charter school organizations, LEAs, operating in 109 campuses throughout the city, in every ward except Ward 3. Our schools serve over 36,000 students from pre-K to adults, and students of every ward attend charter schools. About 72% of the students are low income, 12% are special education services, receiving special education services. I'm happy to report again that charter quality, as measured by the DC CAS proficiency rates, has increased, and as it has each year for the past 7 years. Charter schools, as you know, consistently outperform the average in proficiency rates. Performance by subgroup has also been impressive, and that performance contributes to a smaller achievement gap. Indeed, the black-white student achievement gap in charter schools is 10 points lower than it is for the district as a whole. Last year, as has been mentioned, NAEP also confirmed the strength of charter schools. Moreover, recently, a study by Credo at Stanford University showed that each year a student attends a charter school, the student receives a year-and-a-half learning gains compared to a student attending a traditional public school. This charter school quality drives demand, such that last year there were 22,000 names on the wait list for charter schools, almost an increase of half over the 15,000 on the wait list before, the year before. It's also long been rumored that charter schools have good performance due to the fact that they're serving a more advantaged population. Now, certainly in a district, this is not the case. The opposite is true. Charter schools serve higher percentages of lower income students and students of color than do the traditional public schools. The percentage of students with disabilities in charter schools is 12%, which is within 1 point of the city average. And here's a figure that people might find surprising. Charter schools in the district serve the same percentage of level 3 and level 4 special education students as does DCPS. The primary credit for this performance goes to charter school teachers and leaders who work so hard on behalf of our students. But PCSB's oversight has played an important part as well. For 3 years now, we have released the results of our performance management framework, PMF, which tiers schools by quality. Using the PMF as a guide, we have closed low-performing schools, encouraged high-performing schools to grow, and used the data we have collected to help drive improvement in schools across the spectrum. From 2011 through the next school year, we are projected to add 4,000 Tier 1 seats in charter classrooms and eliminate 2,000 Tier 3 seats. This would mean, effectively, Tier 3 seats would disappear from wards 7 and 8. These numbers show that PCSB is not just after a market share increase. Our focus is on increasing quality and choice in the charter sector. PCSB has chartered less than a third of all applicants who wish to apply to open a charter school. We've rigorously reviewed the 15-year charter renewal process. Our selective application process, coupled with an equally rigorous renewal process, has resulted in the lowest growth rate for charter seats in history, 6.2% year over year. When you add in that D.C. regular public schools enrollment is also growing, the result is that charter school growth is the slowest it's been. That is 1%, 43% to 44% over the last year. However, the share of quality seats within the charter sector has increased. From 2011 through the next school year, there will be 13% more Tier 1 seats. Another sign of our focus on quality has been to encourage boards of low-performing schools that, in the face of non-renewal or closure, to work with high-performing schools to find an alternative outright closure. This process provides stability and continuity as well as increased opportunities for students and families, and they do not have to go through the lottery process to find a new school. Instead, they're assured of a seat in a high-performing school along with the benefits that accrue from that school's network. The National Association of Charter School Authorizers, or NACSA, reconfirmed the quality of our work as an authorizer when conducting an in-depth evaluation last summer. The results were we received among the 2 highest scores of any authorizer ever evaluated by NACSA. I want to review a few successes from the year in addressing some long-standing issues with charter schools. The first concerns charter school discipline, particularly the high levels of suspensions and expulsions. When we testified 2 years ago, there were 227 expulsions at charter schools annually. Since that time, we've worked closely with charter leaders on this issue, and these efforts have borne results. Year-to-date, figures show that expulsions are likely to be under 100 this year. And we're seeing impressive reductions in out-of-school suspensions as well. The second success is the progress that we have made on openness and data transparency. Our collaboration with OSSI and DCPS led to the publication this year of the city's first equity reports. As you know, these reports, which literally lead the nation in quality of data presented, show student performance, growth, and discipline numbers by subgroup. Beyond the equity reports, we have significantly enhanced DCPS's website to permit leaders to explore the underlying data behind our accountability tools, the PMFs, the accountability plans, and to allow parents to explore our data and share it on multimedia platforms. The third is the progress we have made in improving financial strength for charter schools. 2 years ago, we began publishing financial analysis of each school and providing technical assistance to those with weak financial performance. Since then, the number of schools with weak financials has declined from 13 to 2. It's not many years ago that when charters would literally run out of cash in the middle of the year, and I think those days are over. Finally, we have seen success in the charter school lottery, thanks to our, in part, guidance of PCSB's Community Advisory Group. We've moved aggressively first to put in place a common deadline for applications. That was last year, the year before last. This year, to collaborate with DCPS and the DME, we've had the launch of My School DC, our common lottery. Out of respect for charter school autonomy, we insisted the participation of charters be voluntary, but 90% of the non-adult education schools participated. PCSB has worked hard over the past year to collaborate far more extensively across the city. This includes our participation in the common lottery, in the joint effort around equity reports, and in our common efforts to reduce truancy. With this council's support, we created a full-time position to better coordinate health and safety efforts and improve collaboration with city agencies. For example, 9 additional charter schools have been approved to receive school nurses. Nearly 30 charter staff have been trained in the administration of medication and additional medical health mental health, staff will be serving 4 charter schools. Clearly, these efforts are paying dividends for our schools and for our DC families. What remains unfulfilled is the full and equal funding of charter schools by this city. Nearly a year ago, Mr. Chairman, you held a roundtable on this issue. And a recently released study showed that funding inequities remain, that charter schools receiving less funding per pupil and overall compared with DCPS. It's past time, long past time, that the district addresses these inequities and provides full and equal funding. And I'd like to close with the observation that PCSB's success in creating quality DC schools and its national reputation as a model authorizer is thanks to many people, but it's thanks particularly to the quality of individuals that have been appointed to this board, and it's a result of the board's autonomy as an independent agency. As with charters, so the PCSB autonomy should be accompanied by accountability. In this regard, PCSB considers itself accountable to this council, extends itself as a partner in the transformation of public education in the district. We appreciate the council's ongoing support, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Are there other comments from your colleagues? All right. I see that we were provided with the DCPS public charter school breakdown with respect to National Assessment of Educational Progress, and it's 09 through 013. This information is not publicly available. Could you provide the committee with the data from 07? And the reason why I'm focused on 07 is I'd like to understand how systems are growing or not from the beginning of school reform, which started in 2007. So I'm looking at trends, because it's quite easy to look at data from one year to the next and jump to conclusions. For instance, this last year, where if I hear it one more time, my head will spin, how we had the largest growth in the nation. If you look back to the year before, you will see that there has been essentially no growth with respect to DCPS. That DCPS in 09 had their scores cratered, and all that happened, in 11, their scores cratered. So they went 9, 11, 13. And all that happened in 13 was a restoration of where they were in 9. And so we've made a kind of a big deal out of something, but there have not been historic improvements in DCPS NAEP scores since 09 or since 07. Do either of you or any of you quarrel with that, having reviewed the NAEP scores? I mean, I'm looking at the sheet that you provided me.
Well, with respect to the 2007 data, I'm not certain that the department broke out charter versus DCPS back in 2007, but we will certainly look to see if that data is available, and if it is, to provide it to you.
Right, but you can see for yourselves with respect to the DCPS system in particular, and therefore the DC average in particular. The system took a dip in between 9 and 11, and simply 13 scores were more or less a restoration of where we were in 09. Now there have been, and you can, and let's pick any particular group. We've seen some growth with respect to Hispanic.
Math or reading?
Well, at reading.
Reading.
So just overall in reading, in 2009, we were, DCPS was 2003. It went to 2001, and then went to 2006. So it's essentially 3 points over where we were in 09. But the demographic change has been gigantic, and so the more higher performing students you have, obviously it's going to trend up. With respect to but even within particular groups within DCPS, 257 in 2009, it went down to 255 and went up to 260 for white students. For African American students, it was at 195. It went to 191 and then went up 1 point to 192. Hispanic students, 207, 204, 211. So, it's a bit of a roller coaster, but I don't know. I just have been present where there have been officials from the public charter school movement talking about the historic gains, and I think we need to put them in context over a trend over time. They've been less impressive than we've been led to believe. Let me ask Mr. Pearson when we might expect the audit for the public charter schools summer school program to be complete.
The audit for last summer?
Yes.
This is Alonso Montalvo. He works for the OCFO and is detailed to our office.
And perhaps when he's here, we could have an update on when we would expect the whole audit for fiscal year 2013.
We're aiming to have the whole audit to you before our budget hearing.
Mr. Pearson, in the past, we've received the audit in January and February. Why is it that it is taking longer than in the past to receive the audit?
The principal reason is that PCSB was funded in part last year by OSSI through the SOAR Act, and that resulted in the receipt of more than $500,000 of federal money, which necessitated a more comprehensive audit. I think it's called the single audit, which is dictated by OMB Circular A133, and that's a much more extensive process, and that explains the delay.
Can we have an update as to when we might expect the summer school enrollment audit?
Alonso, the summer school enrollment audit.
For the year 13, we completed the enrollment audit and the payments to the school, so I'd be happy to provide the information to you.
For summer school? Yes.
I'm talking about the summer school enrollment for charter schools, that audit.
From last year.
From last summer.
From last summer. Have we?
Well, there's not an audit per se. We have created internal controls.
Okay, where is that document?
The number, just out of my recollection, is that we had about 13,500 students that attended the summer school in year 13.
Okay. Can we switch to, and you may want to stay there, Mr. Grasso may have some other audit questions as well. With respect to the decrease in the number of expulsions, there looks to be about a 27% reduction. Did you meet your performance metrics, though, in terms of reduction? I think you went from 227 to 186. Did you meet your metrics, Mr. Pearson?
I believe we did, but what's more impressive and what is very encouraging to us is that we looked this year to date through January, and we compared it with last year to date through January, and the numbers are down by more than half. So what I expect we'll see is that we had 227 expulsions in 2012, 186 in 2013, and I think that the number is going to be under 100 in 2014. So it's something we're very encouraged by.
What, Mr. Pearson, would you credit this reduction to? Different types of in-school discipline, or how would you credit this reduction?
I think there are several factors. One is that we began publishing the data, and there were certain schools that were outliers that accounted for a large percentage of the reduction, and I think it shined a light on their practices. In some cases, the publicity was unwelcome. In other cases, this was the first time that the school leaders were aware of this, or that the school boards were aware of this, and it led the schools on their own to take actions to change their practices. We have also provided technical assistance to schools. We provided increased comments to and feedback on their discipline policies. We have had school leader meetings where we have school leaders that have made real progress in reducing expulsions, share their practices with other school leaders, and I think all of that has contributed to the reduction.
If I could add, Mr. Chairman, we also had some specific meetings where members of our board would meet with the members of schools that had issues in terms of expulsions, and I think that's even more attention added to what Mr. Pearson has said.
I think that the board has reacted exactly right with respect to this issue. The issue was raised within the autonomy that's afforded both the public charter school board and the individual charter schools to shine the light on the situation and to try to provide better in-school alternatives. I think this is exactly the way to do it. So I commend the board and each of the schools for their roles in what are dramatic reductions. You don't expect this overnight. We don't want to send mixed messages that violence in school is ever to be tolerated, and so there are very realistic and very real situations where expulsion is necessary. But we want to make sure we minimize it and that we provide in-school alternatives when we can. So I commend the board and the staff for their actions. My last question on this round, Mr. Pearson, there were public witnesses who discussed, the counseling out of students within public charter school boards. Some of the final witnesses may alluded to that. I'd like to give you a chance to respond as to, is there a stated policy that you are aware of at any of our schools that counsel students out? How does the public charter school board feel about that? Is that a necessary reality? Explain to us, if you can, your understanding of what that entails in our charter schools. Mr. Pearson or Mr. McCoy.
We were concerned that as we put pressure on schools to reduce expulsions, that it could lead to a rise in counseling out. It's very difficult to track counseling out because it's hard to identify when it happens, and so the data we look at is data on mid-year withdrawals, which includes a lot of other reasons for students leaving school mid-year. But so far we have not seen a rise in the level of mid-year withdrawals, but we have seen, as I said, a decline in the number of expulsions. We do not condone counseling out. As I said, it's a very difficult thing to pin down, and when we hear examples of it, we do reach out to school leaders and let them know that we don't consider that to be acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mr. Browser.
Yeah, just first, good morning. Just to continue on the same line of thought, I think this kind of ties into a lot of my questions. The question about counseling out and withdrawal, I think, is a hard question to get at, and I agree with you that you can't. You almost have to ask every single student and ask every single family, and that makes it very difficult. But one thing that I've kind of wondered about, and I wonder if you could expound on, is a little, and maybe it goes to kind of the process around the equity reports, but what are you doing to kind of encourage data sharing more in this effort, and how's that going? Are you having any trouble with LEAs being willing to give data up on these issues, more specifics? Could you expand on the reporting requirements to try to capture more of the kind of, I don't know, maybe some of the information around the student's choice to leave, before it leaves, like, are they having any discipline problems? Are they having any other issues going on? Is there some way, can you just talk a little bit about that? What was your experience with the equity reports, in relation to the LEAs? And how is data sharing really embraced or not embraced, and kind of on a, kind of how many of your schools are open about data and not? And can you just reflect on that a little bit, because I think it would be good for the people to know how easy it is or difficult it is to gather the data that needs to go in to make a real assessment of what's happening with the reduction in enrollment.
Well, we recognized early on that data would be the foundation of our efforts to address these issues. And when Naomi and I started at PCSB 2 years ago, the quality of the data provided by schools was very poor. It was often late, it was spotty, and so our first efforts were around ensuring the quality of that data. So we put in place some policies that called for sanctions on schools that were consistently late with their data or who submitted inaccurate data. We conduct spot audits of schools when we have questions about the data that they provided. And the result has been that over the last couple of years, the timeliness and the quality of the data has improved considerably, and that then allows us, for example, to look month by month and track trends in expulsions and suspensions. We've also added to the data that we've collected, not for mid-year withdrawals, so that's an interesting idea and an interesting point. But for example, when schools would expel a student, they used to just put in a number that was the code for why the student was expelled. And there's all these numbers that are for federal reasons, and then there was this number, I think it was 99, which meant other charter, which was, in other words, they were being expelled for a reason that had nothing to do with the federal reason, but it was simply the charter school's own policy. Well, we've now asked the school, in any case where they expel a student for other charter, to then provide a written description of the reason, so that then we're able to understand better the reasons for
Do you
that.
find the schools are open and willing to do this for the most part? What do you do when a school isn't willing to share this information? How do you get to it? Do you have any enforcement mechanisms in place? Do you have any way to make sure that they're complying with this? Not necessarily with changing. It's one thing to say you have to change your policy. It's another thing to say you have to report what your policy is and talk about what the results of your policy are.
So I'll answer the legal question, and then Naomi can answer the question about how the schools have reacted to it. The School Reform Act does give us that authority. It says that we may require schools to produce any book or record that is necessary for us to fulfill our job as an authorizer. And so it's very clear, and we've insisted that the schools provide us with the data that we need.
And so the first policy that I think we put through was a data submission policy, and it gives the schools, we create it with the schools, which is a lot of our work. We always ask for public comment, and we, in this case, engage the schools in a task force where we gave 3 internal staff-to-staff warnings, so to speak, to say, you know what, your data was late or it's incomplete, and is it a technical issue that we can help you with? Is it something that is beyond your control that we need to fix on our end? Once it's determined that there's no reason for it other than that they're not submitting it, it can escalate to a board action. And at that point, we bring the school in front of the board and say your data is not accurate. We've found very few schools get to that point. And we've also beefed up our staff of data people at PCSB who can help schools submit data.
Out of how many have you gotten to that point out of 60?
I think it's only been, this year, 0. Was that data submission?
Was?
Yeah, 1 this year.
On data,
and
data
2 or
submission
3 last
issues.
year.
2 or 3 last year. It starts now because it's been 3 months.
Yeah.
But initially, the issues were, they didn't have systems in place there,
Right.
and they often didn't have the staff who had the skills and expertise. And so I think some schools would complain and say, we've had to hire a full-time data person to keep up with.
Well, to
with
that
the data
point,
requests.
to what extent are you working with OSSI to make sure that there's not duplicative reporting requirements that make it harder?
So we have not changed our data requests in the last 3 years. So it's exactly the same. When OSSI asks schools, for example, for attendance data, we will ask the schools if they would like us to submit on their behalf. And if they give us the permission, then we will submit the data to OSSI.
And OSSI accepts that.
And OSSI accepts that data.
Could I also say, Mr. Grasso, that this is an issue that we as board members hear about quite frequently from constituents, in that, we're running schools, we're not running data factories for the sake of publication of some scholars. And so I think we continue to be diligent in making sure that we're not asking for data that we don't need or that can be found through OSSI. So I think there's always going to be a balance between the issues you're raising. How do you have enough information to know whether you're going to counsel out? Well, you got to have some data about 9th grade and going into high school, but there is a point beyond which you don't want to overburden the academic staff with data, and I think in the last few years we've seen a real increase and improvement in the quality of data we're getting from schools across the board.
That's good to hear. I noticed when I was looking at the data that you provided to the committee that there are students in pre-K 3 and 4 that are being suspended in some of the charter schools. Now, I know some kids at this age, and they can be very disruptive at times, but can you help me understand why we need to actually suspend a child that is that age? It seems to me fairly inappropriate, but I'm wondering, has the board done any research on this? Do you have any understanding of the impact that this would have on a child over the long run? From the outside, which is where we are looking in, it feels a lot like that's the beginning of the school to prison pipeline that people talk about, especially when a child can't be expected to even add 2 plus 2, and yet they're being expected to curb their behavior in such a way that keeps them from being suspended. Anyway, I'm looking for your reaction to this and your thoughts on it, and is there anything we can do through the board to encourage charter schools not to do this?
Well, I can't speak for other board members because it's not an issue we have a policy on, but I'm pretty sure that my sentiment would reflect pretty much generally yours, which is at that age, it would be an extraordinary set of circumstances. Not that there aren't kids for reasons that the school could legitimately want not to have them in the classroom for a day or two, but generally speaking, that would not be the way to educate youngsters at that age. I don't know the specifics, and I'm sure we're going to watch this because, you know, it's definitely not something we'd want to encourage or grow, because I think all of us agree it's an inappropriate way to bring up, you know, kids of that age.
Yeah, this is data that you reported that it's happening. So are you digging into it?
So this is we will dig into it. Anecdotally, some of the suspensions are intended, and from my discussions with school leaders, more as a wake-up call to the parents than to the child. So, for example, we will have schools where the parent is essentially treating the school as a daycare center with very, very high levels of truancy and absence. And so the school will suspend the child for a day as a way of communicating to the parent that the child needs to be at school every day.
That's a mistake. Mr. Chairman, I have more questions, but I can wait till the next round.
Thank you, Mr. Grasso. Mr. McCoy and Mr. Pearson, how much did you expend this year on behalf of the common application, just financial resources?
We received a grant for, I believe, $189,000 from the New Schools Venture Fund, and a grant for somewhere around $70,000 from the Klingenstein Foundation, and it was from those funds that we hired 3 individuals for the common lottery.
And what is your projected budget for the 2014 fiscal year for common lottery, and where will those funds come from?
We are still in the process of developing the budget, and my understanding is that the executive committee of the common lottery, under the leadership of the deputy mayor for education, is preparing a plan for to submit that would not involve the expenditure by PCSB of any funds, or I think we've in our development of the budget, I think we've set aside $50,000 for the common lottery for next year.
I see. You will have, though, that number as a part of your FY2015 budget process?
Yes.
Mr. Pearson, with respect to the issue of dedicated staff, how are you allocating funds to coordinate services between the LEAs and the charter school board itself? In other words, do you have a dedicated staffer that is working with your LEAs and as the interface with the district government?
We do. We, thanks to the generosity of this committee, who provided us with funds to hire someone, we appointed a longtime PCSB staff member to the full-time role of intergovernmental affairs manager. This person, Audrey Williams, is interfacing between the charter schools and many district agencies, starting with the Department of Health, the Metropolitan Police Department, Child and Family Services, the Department of Mental Health, and others. And as Mr. McCoy indicated in his testimony, and that has already produced real results with, for example, 9 nurses being assigned to charter schools who historically have not had school nurses.
Mr. Pearson, do you know how many students are within the charters are currently in transitional housing? And how do you keep track of that?
I don't know.
No, we don't know that information. We're not privy to.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We don't know that information, and that is protected information under FERPA,
Well,
I think, or
you certainly can gather information, if not the name of the individual, the
Right.
number of the individuals. And what I'm trying to understand is what role the Public Charter School Board plays in, in guiding schools to address, homelessness and transitional housing. I happen to know that there are scores of kids who are, in transitional housing within the Department of Human Services care. And I'm just trying to get a sense of how you address those students who happen to be in charter schools.
I think the straight answer is that it's not something that we have focused on. We haven't collected the data. I believe OSSI collects the data through the McKinley-Vento program, but it's not something that has historically been an issue. And I have heard anecdotally, and I've read in the paper about the rising number of homeless families and homeless students, and so it seems to me that it's an area that we ought to be paying more attention to in the coming year.
I actually didn't bring the data with me to the hearing, but had the opportunity to meet with the person who runs the D.C. General Shelter yesterday. There are nearly 900 individuals there. Close to 600 are children. And I have the roster of where they are located between public charter schools and traditional schools. And, not to take anything away from OSSI and everyone else, but I have no confidence that we are even approaching the needs of these students. And again, I don't want to be critical of any one person in this long chain of responsibility, but it would seem to me that, as children enter transitional housing, whether it be in hotels in Maryland, whether it be in rec centers in the district, or any number of other failed options this government provides, that there would be a protocol on making sure that the educational continuum of the child wouldn't be sacrificed as a result of their transitional status, right? We can agree to that. And so, what might be, a sensible first step if a child that enters transitional housing, and identifying who might bear the responsibility. And so, for instance, hopefully we can agree that a child who's entering transitional housing, that among other things, the case manager should be responsible for identifying the school where the child is in attendance and connecting. And DCPS suggests they have homeless liaisons in every school. My experience has been that has been uneven in terms of understanding responsibilities. It's often a function of the number of children that they're dealing with. But let me start with, is there a similar homeless liaison infrastructure within our charter schools?
No.
All right.
Not that I'm aware of.
Each school would have its own policies, and it's not something we've tracked, so I'm not able to say what each school does.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that this may be a case of first impression, and this is really geared towards, let's identify a system sooner rather than later, because what I've heard, again, anecdotally from our school leaders is that different shelters and different settings place a different emphasis on the children being in school, all right? And in this chain of those responsible, no one ultimately is really kind of keeping track of the data to make sure that, this particular child has been in school. And so the responses that I get, whether it be through yesterday or through school leaders, it's, as soon as they leave our care, we don't know. So if they go from one form of transitional to a housing, another form, we don't know. Whether or not they're actually in school in a real-time way, although the shelter, and this is just one of our many settings where children are, while there is technically an attendance officer, it's we don't know. And it's just, and I think this is an opportunity for us all to think about, this is a crisis in our city, and that we very likely have close to 2,000 kids in this situation, and a whole bunch of others in unstable housing. And so how do we address them to make sure that we're not creating tomorrow's casualties? And there's some things we can do and some things we can't. And I hope we could agree that, being aware of this, and I know people hide behind privacy often I chaired the health committee for 8 years, and people claimed HIPAA for every excuse in the book as to why we couldn't figure out basic issues and start narrowing achievement gaps or health disparities and so on. So I don't want to trip any wires of privacy, but we ought to be able to know And your schools ought to be notified when a child is at risk from a housing perspective. But I want a fail-proof system of someone in that school paying special attention to that child. And this goes into my next question, which one of the reasons behind the South Capitol Street Act was to improve mental health services in schools. So let's just go on the assumption, right, that children who are in transitional housing, that they may be under some degree of stress. There may be some behavioral health issues in addition to their academic issues that may need to be treated, because you can imagine the pressures on adults, but we're talking about children. And so I want to that leads into my next question. And Mr. McCoy, as the chairman of the board, I appreciate how responsive you all have been with respect to discipline. This is another subset that I'd like the board's attentiveness to, and that is, what does the architecture look like for kids who are in this situation? And so that's why I underscore again the need for every school to have both behavioral health expertise and a behavioral health professional. Can you update the committee as to what progress was made within our public charter schools the last year to be compliant with the South Capitol Street Act in terms of getting to a place where all of our schools have a full-time mental health professional? And if you want to defer that question to a colleague, I understand.
Yes, no, I think we can, because I think the committee's asked us this, and
so we've done a number of things to ensure that we comply with the South Capitol Street Memorial Act.
I can start while they're looking to talk about truancy, which was a big part of the act.
Sure.
We were able this year to really get the feedback loop with CFSA, and this actually speaks to the acute problem of a student all of a sudden truant, perhaps because of transitional housing. We now have the process of notifying CFSA when a school has, according to our system, someone who has unexcused absence for 10 days immediately. CFSA then now loops back with us to say that those numbers match their system, and then we are able to go back to the school and say, we're seeing that your numbers aren't matching. And in those cases, we've been able to help the school understand their reporting requirements, if that was it, or there have been technology issues, but in general, we've been able to get the communication going to get CFSA and the schools working together. That is working very well for the school age of 5 to 13.
The issue, and Mr. Grasso, I'll come back to this in fairness on next round. So if we could be prepared to go into greater detail on this particular measure on my next round, I would appreciate it. Mr. Grasso.
Thank you. I hate to change the topic a little bit, but I do have a couple of just final questions on school discipline that I had kind of started out in my last round. So I'll go through them fairly quickly. So I know that you annually review school discipline policies at the LEAs, and I'm curious what you're doing to push some of these schools to revise their policies. They're clearly, especially the ones that are clearly harsh or targeting some particular demographic of students. For example, I'm of the personal opinion that a student having a cigarette in their backpack shouldn't have the same severity of consequences as if they brought a weapon to school, although we know that happens. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, we annually review the policies for compliance with the law, the federal law in particular. They need to have due process provisions, for example. They need to clearly spell out consequences. They need to have an appropriate, so those are the things we do annually. The charter school discipline policy is part of the charter, so it's a contract, if you will, with us. And there's only certain times when we're allowed to unilaterally change that, and that happens typically at renewal when we get to reopen that. And what we've done with schools when we reopen, when we renew the charter, is we look at the discipline policy more carefully. And in those cases where schools have had high rates of expulsions and suspensions, we will get more involved in insisting that the school revise its policy to take out some of the, particularly to remove zero tolerance, because it removes all discretion, And then some of these crazy things like being able to be expelled for having a cigarette, being able to be expelled for having a pack of matches, those kinds of things don't make sense. And there have been, I can think of 3 examples of schools that were up for renewal that had high expulsion rates where we worked very closely with them to modify their policies.
So that's commendable, but that's not but every 15 years, right? So in the meantime, you have an entire generation of students go through this with perhaps, maybe at some point in history those policies were good policies, but we've learned that. So how do you engage with the school in between those renewal periods during the time when you come to realize that they're doing something that really isn't good for the kids in the school?
Well, we start with the presumption that these are autonomous school districts that are granted control over their operations and by law. So we start with that respect for their autonomy.
Well, you know where I start, right? I start with the kid, not the autonomousness of the LEA. So when I think a kid's being hurt or not getting what it needs to get, although I respect that there has to be a process and I'm for that, at what point can we step in and say that your policy is hurting these kids? I mean,
and that's what we do so
years.
That's where it comes down to the data, that when we have schools that are outliers in terms of expulsions, and we have fewer and fewer of those because, as I mentioned, expulsions this year are going to be down by more than half. Then we engage in what Mr. McCoy referred to as a board-to-board meeting, where we bring their school board in and we have a very direct discussion about the data that we're seeing. But often we will not get to the point of dictating what the school should do, but rather make our concern known and leave it to the school to figure out how they're going to.
That's what I was looking for. I want to know what that relationship is. So when you get that information and you know it's harmful and you know it has to stop, you may not be able to mandate it. I understand there may be rules around that, but there are ways to put pressure on. There are ways to change policies that don't, that come up short of actually mandating.
We meet, Scott and I, with our data team once a month and look at all of the discipline data, suspension, expulsion, attendance, truancy, everything together, and we look at outliers, sort of both ends, those that have really high numbers and those that have really low numbers.
Right.
And then we decide how severe it is. So Scott generally has a list of schools that he calls.
Right.
And just, it starts off informal, saying, do you know that your rates are that different than everyone else's? Can you explain what's going on?
And that's monthly?
I'll call.
Is that
That's
monthly?
monthly.
Yeah, so that's
and
good.
it's about now when the rates start to really break apart. And so, I have a list, Scott has a list, and then if it doesn't improve, we'll do one of these board-to-boards where we'll sit down with their board and make sure their leadership's aware of what we're talking about, their board-level leadership. And if it still doesn't improve, our policy goes so far as to bring them in front of our board with a board action. But that's...
Okay. And that can happen in between renewals.
Absolutely, and also, council member, it's happened in the past that a parent or a group of parents have raised it, and our first response, obviously, is if you talk to your board, your LEA, and if they haven't, that's where we suggest they should go. But if it continues to escalate, then you match what the parents are saying with what the data says, and if you get a pattern, then we call them in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in fact, the parent complaint is another element of the data we look at monthly to see, is there a school that's having a lot of parent complaint about a certain issue? That can trigger us to call the school as well.
So along the lines of what you track and what you're looking at monthly, I wonder if you track, I would assume, out-of-school suspensions, expulsions, discipline in other areas. Do you track in-school suspensions?
Some of that data, but it is not reliable at this point. Schools are reporting it, but we are not using it in any way at this point because it's in the early stages.
So, and one of the challenges of tracking in-school suspensions is that they take on so many different forms. So in some cases, students have to spend the entire day, in the library. I was at a school where the student was technically on in-school suspension, but she was in all of the classes. She just had to sit off to the side, and she had a piece of paper that had to be signed by each teacher that said that she was that she was well behaved in that class and that she was deprived of certain privileges in the school. So there's a lot of different kinds of in-school suspensions, and it makes the data capture more challenging.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm a big proponent of trying to limit that amount of discipline and make it only when it's absolutely necessary. And so, tracking the data, I think, is important in every aspect. Now, I agree with you that there could be appropriate ways to do in-school suspension and inappropriate ways to do it, and we have to just continue to track that. The impact on the student, I think, is less profound than if you kick them out of school than it is if you have them in school doing some kind of positive engagement. So, but I still think it's worth tracking because it does still have an impact on that student's development, and something that we should be aware of that we're doing, and that if we can kind of limit it, that would be best. So.
Yeah, but with all respect, if the focus is on the student, the focus also needs to be on the other students in the classroom. And if we
totally agree.
Put so much pressure on these schools that they can't effectively control behavior in the classroom, then everybody loses.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't control behavior. I'm just saying that we should keep an eye on it in the oversight role that you have and make sure that it's appropriate and that it's only done when it's necessary. So it's not just literally a classroom control device where a teacher is unable to do it in better methods, and that's just something I think we have to keep an eye on. I want to move to a few questions on special education now. Can you just tell me for the record how many special education complaints you received last year at the school board?
Special education
complaints last year. How do you track that? Yeah, so how many were there?
I don't want to take up all your time, but we'll have it by the next round.
Well, while you're on the hunt, I also want to get information on how many of those issues you were able to actually resolve in-house via a conversation with the school leadership or within the board. And how many of those were referred out. And then ultimately I want to know what the kind of average results were. So if you want to keep looking for that too, I hope I didn't...
So last year, this year to date, we have received 7 special education complaints. And last year, we received 22 special education complaints.
And how many of those were in-house resolution, do you know? Resolved in-house, how many?
I do not know, but we have a record of each one, and so if I could get back to you after this, and we could give you a full accounting of how each one was resolved.
Yeah, my concern is this. I think it's I don't know if it's policy or practice that you refer these cases to the Children's Law Center or Advocates for Justice, which seems like an okay answer, except for when you do that, my concern is that you're referring these directly to lawyers and elevating perhaps something that shouldn't need to be elevated to the attorney level. And that I don't know if it's important enough, or if it was certainly important enough, but I think we should, I'd like to know how many referred so that we can consider whether or not you can handle these in-house, what percentage are being handled in-house, and whether or not it's not something that needs to be elevated to the legal.
My sense, Rashida, would you agree that the majority are handled in-house rather than being referred immediately to?
So 6 out of 7? 5 out of 7, 4 out of 7, that's all majorities.
Of the special ed complaints, roughly what percent are handled in-house versus referred to?
If you would please come to the table.
I think our first question, our protocol with families is, did you talk to the leader of the school? Did you call their board? And we wouldn't tell them to go outside unless they couldn't get an answer from the school and we were unable to get an answer from the school. So our process is first to, is a first-time caller, yes, contact the school with your issue, yes or no. Did you contact the school board? The board chair. We give them the name of the board chair, and then there's a 2-week window where we then notify the school this complaint came to us, what are you going to do about it? And the school has 2 weeks to get back to us on what they did, and then we follow up with the parent. Are you satisfied with the result? And only at that point, if the parent comes back and says, we're not satisfied with where we are, then we would say, okay,
Here's a way to handle it. Okay. If you want to add anything to that now that you're at the
Please
table.
identify yourself. And then after this, Mr. Grasso, we'll go to the next round, but we'll have another round. Okay, thanks. Please.
Hi, I'm Rashida Kennedy, and I manage the Equity and Fidelity team at PCSB, and one of our roles is taking stakeholder complaints. I just wanted to add to what Naomi was saying. So last year we had 22 overall special education complaints received. This year, as of the end of January, we've had 8. And as she said, the majority we ask for schools to handle with the parent. One of our main roles is not to come up with the decision that's made, but to alert the schools that they should get back to the parent so that the parent isn't left hanging. It's rare that we would try to take it outside of between the school and the parent.
And it's rare that that happens.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grasso. If we could return, Mr. Pearson, to the discussion of the South Capitol Street Memorial Act and the degree to which it is being implemented now by the charter schools. It might be easier to ask for a supplement as part of the appropriations process. If you could just supplement where you believe the charter schools are individually in their implementation. For instance, among other things, by this fall, each of our schools is supposed to have a strategy in place to identify, screen, and refer students who may be at risk. And so it would be helpful to know, and often it's a matter of disseminating to your schools what the requirements are. But if we could, this would give you about a month. I don't expect this and wouldn't ask this to be an enormous exercise. But a few things I would like to know. I'd like to know the status of whether they have full or part-time clinicians, what type of clinicians they are, and where they stand in terms of being ready to fulfill the annual requirements of the Act. In the future, please, Mr. Pearson.
No, we'd be happy.
Yeah, and again, let's start there without overloading on how many visits and so on. But it dovetails into our earlier conversation. I was kind of interested to learn that when children enter our transitional housing setting, we're not doing basic screenings for mental health, and it just seems to me that that would be an important ingredient as you're identifying where the child is, a basic referral. Because we underestimate the impact of stress on the ability of kids to learn, and if we don't address it, I think these materials or these situations deteriorate. And we often forget that, for adults, adults sometimes don't have all the skills to address these kinds of issues that they're confronting. And the younger the child, the fewer skills that they may have in order to address these issues. And so it may be helpful to make the necessary referrals. You never know. All right. I'd like to skip
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman?
Yes.
At the last round, before we ended the last round, you were in the middle of a discussion on home. I'd just like to give some opinion on that issue.
Please.
I'm not sure where our responsibility is legally, but I would think we will go back and touch base with OSSI and find out how this is coordinated or not coordinated within district agencies, because I would agree with you, we would at least know who is in our schools and what's their status vis-a-vis, homelessness. I'm not sure what we can do, but the first step would be to have some knowledge of what's happening. So I'd commit that we would come back to you at some point and at least give you some feedback on what we know as a collective.
Well, thank you, Mr. McCoy. And I want to just be as clear as I can. I'm not expecting, each of our schools to suddenly become upstream and downstream social services organizations to be able to follow the whereabouts of families as they move from house to house. Whether that responsibility rests with Child and Family Services, whether it rests with the Department of Human Services, whether it rests with OSSI, but right now it seems as if we have no really one entity that makes sure. So everyone is responsible, but no one is accountable, as opposed to clearly delineated lines of responsibility and accountability that are married. These are not insignificant numbers of children, and as Mr. Grasso mentioned, the mistakes and the failings today we pay for, obviously, tomorrow in triplicate. And so all I'm asking is that we start focusing on this issue just a bit and come up with, where our collective responsibilities begin and end. And I appreciate, Mr. McCoy, your willingness to engage constructively on this. While we're on just one other item, this is on truancy. Ms. Devereaux, you mentioned the work that we're doing on behalf of from 5 to 10-year-olds, or 5 to 13-year-olds, I should say. Those are the CFSA referrals. One issue that plagues DCPS as well is the complete, the underwhelming nature in which we are dealing with 14 to 18-year-olds. And, and so because we don't refer these individuals to Child and Family Services, and that was a position that was opposed by the executive. It was one I certainly believe we should do because these are still children, and if they are not in school, referrals should be made. What we are left with is a real haphazard system where the absences are supposedly referred eventually to Child and Family, not Child and Family Services, I'm sorry, but Court Social Services, and then there is a person in need of supervision, maybe proceeding that begins. But there's an enormous disconnect between the sending of that data, the picking up of that charge, and the execution of that charge. And that system for 14-year-olds and above is so broken that it isn't even worth reporting truancy, to be candid, because nothing happens to the kid until the next school year. So what I'm looking for are very real solutions. You all, I confess, in the absence of treating 14 to 17-year-olds like we treat other children, help me find suggestions, because this failure to take truancy seriously, 14 to 17-year-old, is relegating these kids to the penitentiary. That's what happens. So, do you all have any solutions that you can offer this committee? And how can we improve this?
Well, what we have seen is that truancy rates are lower in good schools because the students are engaged and they want to be at school. They feel that there's a caring adult at the school who notices when they're not there. So it may not be the whole solution, but we believe that our focus on school quality is in part a truancy reduction strategy.
I think
we also have a policy, internal policy around truancy where we try to be very fair. If students are truant in the first quarter, then the school gets a warning. If there's if they're, I think it's 25% of their population or higher. It's different depending on what grade levels you serve. And then you're trying to get those students to come back to school and also not have anyone else be truant. So you have these two panels working. At this point, we're getting schools that are coming up under this policy as having a problem. And one of, when we called one school, one of the things they didn't do was call families when the students weren't showing up. And that change of just immediately notifying families can start to get the students to come back into school.
Here's my concern, though. I don't think that this is, I don't question that, good schools are where kids want to be. That's not exactly what I'm getting at, Mr. Pearson. The fact is when kids, this is by the time they are in high school, and this is the age range we're talking about, if they aren't prepared to do work on that grade level and they experience failure, they don't come. So it can be, the best school in the universe isn't necessarily going to be a place where a child who isn't ready to learn on that grade level is going to want to be. And it's not that the child is bad necessarily, it's that they're not ready to do the work and they don't want to feel stupid. So you have one of two courses. You have children who act up and find themselves in issues of discipline, and so we try to reconcile what we do with them, or we have kids who just don't come. And so I'm looking for, and we've been long promised, some form of engagement or re-engagement. And really I've come to the conclusion that, would it be worth us to even explore a charter school to look at kids who are at the high school age, to focus exclusively on kids, a charter option to Luke Seymour, a charter option to Washington Metropolitan. And again, I'm not being critical of those two school leaders. They have the most difficult job in the city. But we have to, I mean, if we're going to have innovation, and I don't use the word experimentation, because that's not what this is about. When can we see a charter innovation on this subject for these students? Maybe that's the better question.
So the way we refer to it internally is a credit recovery high school, and we have been actively seeking applicants to come to D.C. or homegrown in D.C. to apply for that. We actually had an application this fall that was in part sponsored by the Association of Chartered Public Schools.
What's the barrier? I'm sorry, my time is running out. I want to be respectful of Mr. Grasso.
But
what's the barrier?
The barrier?
Well, I think there was a barrier that we didn't have an alternative accountability framework. We just passed one that will allow for the schools.
Let's just put that aside.
Okay.
I mean, we can go in my next round. I'll talk about the ESA waiver, so this will dovetail nicely. But all of that, all accountability, all grown-up issues aside in terms of how we measure, all right, how do we do it? And when you talk to these people who are these operators that might be good at it, you know, what's keeping us from attracting one immediately?
It's a big step to expand to another city for people, and so.
Is it a financial issue, Mr. Grasso? If you'll bear with me for 1 second, is it a financial issue? Is it a facility issue? You know, because
I think it's in part a facilities issue, and then it's in part finding someone who's willing to say, we're operating in Los Angeles, but we have someone who can move to D.C. and open a branch in D.C.
All right. Well, let me say, you know, again, having, you know, impressions, and these may not be fair impressions, but impressions of both Luke Seymour and Washington Metropolitan, you know, it's that they're chock full of kids from wards 7 and 8. These are kids who have been through the D.C. public school system, who arrive at 6th grade, by and large, on a 3rd grade reading level and a 2nd grade math level, and they're not experiencing success, and they stop coming. I mean, period. And so it's not that the kids in 7 and 8 can't succeed or perform, it's that the infrastructure in place is not what it should be. And so having this alternative school, you know, on the west side of town, whether it be Luke Seymour or right off, you know, Georgia Avenue in Ward 1, may not be the easiest place to get to if part of your issue is habitual truancy. An hour and a half on the bus may not be the best solution, right? But on the alternative, getting kids out of neighborhoods where they may be getting into trouble is a solution. And so, you know, tackling this back and forth and having a really interesting conversation about location and programming and how we're going to make this happen. We've been talking about reentry and re-engagement. It's time to stop talking. It's time to find a provider, even if we don't get it 100% right out of the gate. It's time to get this show on the road. And I'll come back to this on next round. And if there are financial resources that are needed above and beyond our rules, whether it be our per pupil formula, whatever those issues are, we will kindly put those aside. I need to know what it's going to take to get us a top line performer, because there's plenty of work to go around to fill Luke Seymour and to fill Washington Meth and fill 2 others. Mr. Grasso.
Yes, thank you. I noticed in your responses to the committee on whether or not the Public Charter School Board evaluates the effectiveness of your agency, the Public Charter School Board agency, you provided survey results from various charter leaders around the city. There seems to be a strong desire from the LEAs to have more technical assistance with regards to facilities, special ed, and data validation. I'd imagine that would create some tension in your role in authorizing and providing oversight to schools versus helping them become better schools. And I was just wondering if this is something that you do wrestle with, and how do you see this going forward?
That survey was conducted in the summer of 2012, and we do wrestle broadly with the issue of how much technical assistance to provide schools, because out of a fear that it clouds our independence as an authorizer. But in the specific areas of special education and data validation, we have felt that it was appropriate to offer technical assistance. So as Ms. DeVoe indicated, we, I think, have tripled the number of data staff who are available to help schools with their data and the data quality, and that has made a big difference in schools' capacity. And then in special education, we have doubled the size and significantly increased the quality of our special education folks. We invested heavily to create a self-study process with added technical assistance for schools to improve their capacity to serve students with disabilities. It's a voluntary program, but so far I believe 17 of our LEAs have gone through it, and another 10 are scheduled to go through it this spring. So we have acted on those requests by schools, and I think with some effect.
Do you, and did you do it again last summer? Are you going to do it this summer? Yeah,
you know,
the survey.
We tried. We were going to hand it out at the end of a school leader meeting, and then the school leader meeting ran late, and most of the school leaders had to leave, and so our response rate was so low that we didn't think it was valid. So we missed that data point.
Paper version?
Paper version.
It is?
Yeah.
Seems weird.
Well, we've tried it. We've tried everything.
Well, I'm going to have to refer to the 2012 survey, because I do have another question on it, and just if you have some reason to believe that it would have changed, like you just mentioned, I think that's valuable. Back then, about 55% of your respondents said that they, to your survey, they either disagree or are neutral to the following statement. Quote, I know how the PCSB will evaluate my school, unquote. So I think if you could just talk a little bit about how that's changed. Do you better communicate it? Do you, how have you gotten now in the past year and a half to make sure that people know, and LEAs particularly know how they're evaluated?
That survey was conducted about 6 months after the rollout of the performance management framework.
Right.
And so for all of the benefits of the PMF, it did lead to some confusion among schools as to how they were being evaluated, because the law itself says that a school is evaluated based on whether or not it is meeting its own goals, the goals that it set in the charter, and yet the PMF created a standardized set of metrics. And so the question was, well, if we're doing well on the PMF but we're missing our goals, or vice versa, how will we be evaluated? We have done a lot to clarify that. We've held several training sessions for schools, particularly schools up for review. We have published documents that talk about how the how the PMF and the school goals are interrelated and articulate. And most significantly, we have offered schools the opportunity to amend their charters so that the PMF are their school goals. And therefore, if the school has a score of at least 55, we're done. They've met their goals or right. their academic goals. And so all three of those things, I think, I would expect lead to an improvement in the results of that survey. But there's no doubt that those two continue to exist, and it can lead to some confusion.
Do you have do you do any kind of special efforts for Tier 2 and Tier 3 schools around the PMF results? I think you were alluding to that a second ago, but is there some outreach that you do right away when you see that they're in a lower tier to try to encourage or help to work them, to the next level?
Go ahead. So there are two parts to that question. The first is, what are we doing to help schools interpret their data and act on it? So we've developed and launched this year a PMF that's only for schools that allows them to disaggregate by their population subgroups and compare themselves to other schools, with the hope that they can look at it and say, if only I did better with this group, we would have been Tier 1. And we feel like that gives them sort of a black box. It gives them a view inside of how all of the elements work, and they can look at it by grade level as well. The second part is when we notice a dive in a school, even if they're in Tier 2, we will sometimes, we will always ask them to have a board-to-board discussion with us to talk about what's happening, to catch things early, to see if there's something going on at the school that we can help with, or and that's where, you know, Skip and the rest of the board members are very helpful to.
Do the schools have the capacity to make real-time changes like that? Like you mentioned, I think, Mr. Pearson, that they can actually change their charter on the fly if they have to incorporate these. Is that what they do? Is that how they do it?
Well, I mean, we're not going to amend their charter to lower their goals to the point where no matter how badly they're doing.
No, but I meant to improve, obviously.
Yeah. Well, that's the hope. That's the hope that the autonomy gives them, is the ability to respond more quickly. But it's a reality that some schools have the capacity and others don't. One of the real benefits of Washington, D.C. is that there are so many nonprofits that exist to support schools and frankly support them better than PCSB could. So if a school is interested in improving their ability to use data to improve instruction, we're not the ones they should be turning to. They should be turning to somebody like the Achievement Network. Or if a school is working to improve their graduation rate, you know, there are several nonprofits that are focused on that who specialize in that area.
And look at other charters, too, and try to analyze what
I'd say in addition to, your initial question was if it's a Tier 3 or Tier 2, in addition to that, staff will conduct a quality review which provides a lot of data and information. It's like an audit back to the school, which should, the leaders of the school should be able to link up the issues that showed up in testing with what these analyses provide. And then on the heels of that, we might do a board-to-board review and explicate a little further, you know, this is what at least we see as an issue. But there's always that line beyond which we don't want to go, because they're the entrepreneurs, they're the school leaders, and it's their responsibility ultimately to rectify the ship.
So if there's for example, so is there any responsibility from the board's side in providing turnaround support to schools that are in the ESEA waiver, that are, you know, that are under that?
If you mean, well, generally the turnaround support would be what Mr. Pearson said, is refer them to some of these nonprofits that are focused on that. But we have worked with, and I think in our responses, work with all the priority as well as the other category of schools in the SEA waiver.
So do we, like, I guess my question also leads to, I can imagine that you would want them to go out and to get it from experts in the nonprofit sector, from other charters. Would you consider yourself as creating the space for that conversation? So, you know, collaborating with other charters, like saying, hey, maybe Board A, you should speak to Board B, who is in Tier 1 already and does well in these things. Do you create that space now? And do you see that as a role for the board to play? Or, hey, you know, we're not going to, you know, actually put our stamp on this nonprofit, but we've read their material and think it's valuable that you read it as well. What is your role there, and how do you see that play out, especially in terms of the ESEA waiver, you know, how they fall in that?
We do that. We do that all the time.
Yeah.
We'll say, you know, for example, this school has had real success with behavior management. You might want to talk to them. Or this school has made real progress with service to students with disabilities, or service to students with emotional behavior issues. And so we'll suggest that they talk to a school. We're a little more reluctant to recommend a particular nonprofit, but we will say something like, you know, a lot of schools are using this. You might talk to the other school leaders about their experience with this particular, and then on the ESEA waiver, there are specific commitments that we and the state made. So the schools have to actually develop an improvement plan, and we monitor that plan quite diligently.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Do you want to add something?
No, I was going to bring up that we monitor the plans. We have a person at PCSB who works with all of those schools that have been designated as focus or priority. Part of it is monitoring their plans. And then we also do a sort of a QSR, these qualitative site reviews, to give them back a view of what we're seeing and how well they're implementing the things they told us that they would implement. And our goal is to get them out in 2 years. So we work very hard to make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Rosso. We'll just pick up where you left off on the issue of the ESEA waiver and how that intersects with the PMF and the school charter. Which takes priority if they are in conflict?
I think the PMF takes priority from my perspective.
You would think the performance management framework would take priority over the state waiver?
I mean, we had examples of schools that were, we had a school that closed for extreme low performance that was rated as a reward school under the ESEA waiver.
So explain to me how much confidence you have, Mr. Pearson, in the ESEA waiver. And so people who are not well versed in the acronyms of the day, this is the waiver that the city sought to relieve it of obligations under the No Child Left Behind Act, which was approved by the U.S. Department of Education in July of 2012. So tell me, Mr. Pearson, your impressions of the ESEA waiver.
I don't think it's a particularly reliable way of identifying which schools are doing well and which schools aren't.
How vigorous and how rigorous do you think it is in terms of forcing improvement and accountability?
It has forced the schools that are designated as focus and priority to develop action plans which we monitor, and I guess I would say it's been modestly effective. Do you agree with that?
I mean, it's hard to segregate. If it's a school that is a focus or priority school, and it's also a school that's a low tier 2 school, it seems to me it's hard to disaggregate. Which action is
right.
focused on.
It takes 3 years before there are any real forced actions. The fact that you may be required to have a turnaround plan doesn't mean there are any consequences for the failure until you get to years 3 and beyond. And even then, there are no teeth to it. So it's really about each individual local education agency, being one of the charters or DCPS, actually doing anything about it. I think it remains to be seen whether or not the ESEA waiver is going to be successful. I don't think parents understand the difference between a priority school, a focus school, a rising school, a reward school. I'm sorry? This is just, from my, reaction as I'm in schools listening to at PTA meetings the principal trying to explain we're really trying to become a rising school, or we're really trying to become without people really understanding. And so I think, one of the first orders of business is to get a scale that people understand. Now, people understand, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. I think you all have branded that sufficient that people understand. It might be an opportunity for our state superintendent to learn from the Public Charter School Board about how one rates a school, and so we can have one size fits all. Maybe there's some way for us to create one system so we can have tier 1 schools, tier 2 schools, tier 3 schools, regardless of which system it is, because we have 60 systems using one mechanism, and we have one system that has no mechanism. DCPS has no mechanism other than the state system, which no one understands. Is that right? That's my impression.
It is.
So maybe if we could all, would you have any objections to having them under your performance management framework?
No, I think it's a great idea.
All right.
My only concern would be if there was any pressure to water down the rigor of our system to allow it to accommodate the whole city.
I wouldn't support that. In fact, what I would support is having a uniform system of judging and grading that people could easily understand, that was predictable for all the systems, and that we provide tools to the schools that may need to have turnaround, that we have to be legitimate, transparent, and open about it. I'm really happy, though, that the state superintendent, I want to commend our new state superintendent for agreeing to put the turnaround plans online so people can have access to them. Parents are the customers. We have to drill that in our heads. Parents are the customers. They have the right to see what and how their school intends to improve itself. This is not a state secret. And so I really commend the state superintendent for at long last making that decision. And that will include all schools, charters, as well as DCPS. Now, the next step in this, if we are going to make this ESA waiver work, I'm more in favor of a tweak than a wholesale revision. But I definitely think there needs to be community participation in what these turnaround plans look like. Buy-in from parents, buy-in from faculty, buy-in from leadership, buy-in from community nonprofits, buy-in from the community that is affected. Making these decisions in isolation, just really not the best way to go around if you're going to turn around a school. You should ask the folks kind of what are your impressions and what would you like to see in order, rather than a top-down approach. So I appreciate that. Can I ask if the Public Charter School Board has weighed in at all with respect to the next generation of assessments as it relates to the Common Core, the PARC assessment versus the smarter balance approach? Is there a point of view from the board on this or staff? And if it's something that you all haven't taken up, then I appreciate that. But I'd appreciate knowing, where you stand, whether or not you're open to the notion of a continued dialogue or whether or not you are firmly of one mind or the other, just to help inform us going forward.
We don't have a position on which assessment is better. We think there are things that merits to both. We appreciate that OSSI is having an open process to hear from all LEAs. We feel a sense of urgency to resolve the issue because we're concerned that the uncertainty, if it goes on too long, could impede the effective implementation of the assessment. So we support an open process, but we also support an efficient open process.
Mr. McCoy, do you have an impression or of one system over the other in terms of which would be of most value to the students? And you may want to explain the difference between the PARC and the smarter balance as part of your answer.
No, I don't. Ultimately, I don't. What I've gathered just from the dialogue is that a lot of the schools that have been exposed to smarter balance feel that given time that might be a more effective assessment, but that the difference is not so acute that it's worth shifting to that choice right now, given that the district has been involved in a coalition of PARC states, and that we were sort of down the road on PARC. So
is it fair to say that PARC is essentially a new and improved version of the DC CAS, where it judges proficiency, it judges advanced proficiency, basic and below basic, according to the Common Core standards? And so it is a one-size-fits-all test that every student takes if they're on grade level across the city, so we can measure how many fit into those buckets, as opposed to an adaptive test that allows each individual student to, perhaps depart from that one-size-fits-all, and allows, if the student is in fact advanced, to perhaps demonstrate that they are 3 or 4 or 5 grade levels, if that's possible, above where they are, to have individualized strengths and weaknesses, and allows us to track that student's year in, year out growth from the moment they begin taking the test to graduation. Is that a fair assessment of the two tests?
I mean, I've heard that characterization. Yeah.
Okay. So the issue is it better to know from a system whether or not we're making where we are from one year to the next, from one grade to the next? So this year's second grade is different than last year's second grade, right? They're all often anomalies about why one grade is better than another, one class better than another, and it's interesting how that works. Or is it better to be able to look at the data and see where kids are going off track? And so, I guess it depends on what we're trying to get out of it. And I find something somewhat seductive about trying to look at where kids are and where they're going off track on an aggregate basis. And so if we're interested in, let's see, Latina girl or Latinas, Hispanic young girls, if we see that grade level, perhaps at 5th grade as a group, there's a reduction. It can allow us to create interesting interventions for particular constituencies. If we find, as a group, free and reduced meal students are excelling until they hit the 4th grade, and then there's an issue there. I just think there's something interesting about individual student accountability. I can know whether the child made advanced one grade level in the custody of one teacher, and I can't know that under PARC necessarily. And similarly, I can aggregate, or we could aggregate particular constituencies and see where perhaps we're not seeing the growth we want, and develop specific interventions for those specific constituencies. why might that not be an interesting alternative to every year kind of a rote? It's for 34%, 35% proficient. It is a much more aggressive accountability system, it seems to me. And I'm waiting for the explanation as to why I don't have a good understanding of that.
What I understand is how these tests are going to report the results, and I haven't seen that yet on the way it comes. So Smarter Balance, the way you describe it sounds very enticing, right? But we don't know yet if we're going to get that type of information that teachers can act on. Because I think what's really important about these tests, having been a classroom teacher, was not who was in what band or whatever, but what can I do with this information to help me teach this child next year, or to help or my incoming students? And so what I would be interested in knowing is what are the reports. So Park originally promised standard level results back to teachers. That was very interesting for a teacher, because now you can use that information to build your curriculum for that year. If Smarter Balance is going to be able to give you the type of information to be able to develop your curriculum and tailor it to the students you have, that would be wonderful. I haven't seen that. Those are part of the questions that I think we'd like to answer, and why the process is important to discuss.
Agreed. I think a public process, Mr. McQuell, I'll give you the last word. I think a public process, let's understand it all, but there's something very exciting about being able, if I have a roster of 20 students, to be able to reverse engineer those 20 students and where and how they progressed for the years leading up. And if I have some skill in differentiated education, I can take them with that understanding, and I can then, on an individual child basis, make sure I get them to where they should be by the end of the year. Now, if all of this is fantasy, it will come out in a robust public discussion, which is what I certainly support. I'll let you have the last word, and I'll turn to Mr. Grasso.
Yeah, I'm not a teacher in this, but this discussion is why there's been a delay in a decision, I think. But many schools would use, I would wager, would use other assessments in addition.
That's right.
To collect data to make the sort of student-by-student decisions that you're talking about. So the choice of one or the other doesn't prevent a school from managing, or a teacher from managing the classroom in terms of student performance and making adjustments and reteaching and so forth.
I agree. The point, though, is if I'm looking at demographics, and I want, if we have these alternative and different types of tests that every time I walk into school, one or another is being administered, if each of the 61 systems have separate systems, you can't really get the aggregate data that says this is where this particular demographic hits a wall. This is where young boys go off tracks. Or this is where, that's what's seductive about a uniform system across the system, a uniform test across the system. But it may be all false promises, but we'll hopefully have a robust discussion by the state superintendent on it. Look forward to getting the best one for us. Mr. Grasso.
Thank you. In line with that, I was curious. Last week, OSSI reported that to date only 24 LEAs had accessed their available technology fund for the preparations, at this point, park preparations. That would mean only 23 charter LEAs have done this out of 60. And that's kind of a pet peeve of mine, is how are you going to do well on these tests if you don't have the technology in place, regardless of whether it's Smarter Balance or Park, and the training ahead of time to make sure that people can use the technology in a way that is fair and comparative to other jurisdictions. So can you kind of talk about that? Are you guys on top of that? Could it be that the remaining charter LEAs simply are so far advanced that they don't need our help and they don't need any money, or is there something else happening there?
It's theoretically possible.
It is theoretically possible, but I'm quite doubtful.
But it's a discussion that we've been having quite a bit. I actually had this discussion with the state superintendent yesterday about this. I've been speaking with various nonprofits who are also concerned about it. What I think ultimately we want to do is offer someone, maybe from the state, to visit LEA by LEA and kind of do a assessment readiness audit to make sure that they're ready to go. Some schools likely are, and they've got it all together, and other schools may have not a clue of what's coming.
Can you do that? Can you do an LEA?
I think we would want to work with OSSI and possibly with Octo, who I've come to really respect in the process of My School DC. You know, they built the My School DC interface,
Right.
and it's working really well. So.
One thing, anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I just think that it's important to highlight here in this hearing that that's coming down the pike. Certainly would like an update on the progress in that regard at the budget hearing that we'll have next month. Just to, I'll ask again, but give you a heads up that, it's coming and that we should be on top of that. I don't want a student to ever sit down in a desk and be prepared to take the test and know all the information, but never seen a keyboard before, perhaps, or isn't
or there's no
proficient
bandwidth
enough on it, or there's not enough exactly. So there's all those technological questions that I believe are 100% our responsibility.
Although you raise an interesting question, because I've been focusing on it from the technology readiness as opposed to the student keyboarding skills. And
in fact, Councilmember Berry has been raising that now ever since I've been on the council about that preparedness angle to it, which is the use of a mouse, the use of a keyboard, getting engaged with the computer, feeling comfortable. It's a clear disadvantage if you've never had a computer in your home to then have to go to, take a test and not have had the time to be on it. If we could give the test on handhelds, I think we'd be fairly evenly, skilled across the city. But that's not the case when it comes to actual sit down at a desktop. I have a few questions on collaboration within the education sector itself. These should be easy questions. There have been several schools within the last couple of years that have turned over their charters to other high-performing operators as opposed to actually closing down. So I just want you to explain quickly what your role is in that. What role did the charter school board play? What role does the agency play in that regard?
Well, I'll lead off. It depends on the situation, because there have been several different models, if you will. One could be that the school, we decide not to renew the charter.
Right.
But it's far enough in advance that the school can then engage with a high-performing charter that already has a school that already has a charter and transfer the assets. That's one example that's going on right now. Another example.
And in that regard, all you did was just disapprove the charter.
The renewal.
Didn't renew the charter
Right.
far enough in advance that they'd have the opportunity to do this.
Exactly, right. Another example, a school school decided to close a high school and then looked for another high performer to come in and take over the high school while they continued to provide services in a middle school that was performing adequately, let's say. Another example.
And in that regard, what role did you play? None?
No, in each one of them, we played some role. Usually it's the kickoff role that, to raise the question,
Right.
if it's before your 15-year review, or in some case before your 10-year review, to continually raise the question, are you going to be able to get your performance up to snuff? Do you have enough time to do that?
Right.
And where the trajectory was down, to say, the likelihood from our point of view, informally, is no. And you need to, your first, as you say, your first responsibility is to those kids. Let's look at some options. If Superman or Superwoman doesn't fly in tomorrow, what are the options you as a board are willing to look at? And then we help lay out those options, and then you get these different permutations.
So that makes sense. So what role do you play then if a school wants to, say, expand to more grades or to replicate itself? Like, say it's
a
doing
high
really
performer,
well.
or
Well, I mean, any, but I would assume only a high performer would be permitted to do such a thing.
right.
So what role do you play there? Do you
if
do you go out and work with the community in that regard? Do you work just straight up with the board? Do you notify parents? What do you do?
All the
then?
above.
You
All
do.
the above.
The board does all of that.
If sometimes it's staff to staff, sometimes it's in a public hearing. Like if your charter says you're going to go up to grade 8 and
Right.
you want to increase, then we're changing your charter, so you got to come back in a public hearing to us. but all the above in terms of what staff work is with
Do
the
you reach
LEA.
out to, for example, the kind of in any cross-sector conversations? Do you ever go over to DCPS and say, hey, this is happening, and have a conversation there, and how does that play out?
Yes, in fact, no, Scott and Naomi know the details more, but I think we're currently in a conversation indirectly with a school that might fit into the DCPS portfolio. That's literally currently in our portfolio right now.
So a school wants to expand, or let's say it wants to open another campus, another building in another part of the city. You have these conversations first about the quality of the school itself and whether or not it's appropriate. Then you go and lead the discussion on, is this, across, what do you do then? I mean, that's what I'm not clear on. I understand that you play a very big role in whether or not it's appropriate for that school to be expanded and all of that, and whether or not they're capable. But then, where does it go from there? And this goes in, I'll just expound on this a little bit more. This goes into questions about the school boundary conversation that we have. Are you engaged in that? Do you have, the question around where schools and school buildings are actually located? In your response, you said that the law is unclear as to whether or not you have the authority to dictate a specific location for a school to locate. But I guess I'm curious if you have a yes or a no say in that as the authorizer, when a school wants to open or expand in this regard. And I guess, can you just expound on this a little bit? I want to know whether or not we can start to figure out where the best location is for a school to expand or be opened.
You want to respond to that?
Sure. So these are different issues of a school is opening versus expanding. But let's take an example of a high-performing school.
Yeah, all right. So it's different in that, but only if the school is expanding within the walls that it's in. But if we're expanding elsewhere, then
right.
it's not.
If it's replicating and going somewhere
That's
else.
Right.
We will first of all make the decision about whether it's a high-quality school, because we only let high-quality schools grow.
That's a given.
We have an open engagement with the ANCs and the community by having a public hearing that we give lots of notice to, and so we allow members of the community to participate. Candidly, we don't consider, if a school wants to open somewhere and it happens to be across the street from a DCPS school, that will not factor into our decisions, frankly. Our question is not, is this school going to compete with another school? Our question is there a dearth of high-quality seats in the neighborhood? And the answer to that question is, at this point, is almost always yes. Now, I hope we get to a place where we'll say, you know what, this ward or this neighborhood has all the high-quality seats to serve every student it possibly could, but we're a long way from that at this point. And so we don't resist supporting an expansion just because that school may compete with a lower performing DCPS school.
But do you give guidance on, I'm sorry, do you give guidance on this at all? So, for example, if a charter school says, we've got this great building right across the street, we want to, from Lafayette Elementary School, our charter is going to be K through 5, and we want to locate right there. You wouldn't give them any guidance about that? You wouldn't say, well, it's going to be kind of hard to.
I think they would be well aware of that issue.
You wouldn't have to.
I don't think we would. I mean, they study those locations very, very carefully, and the reality is in a lot of cases that's their only option.
When they're looking for
they're only
space.
Attractive when they're looking for space. It's not like we say, well, you know what, don't open there. You should open somewhere else. And we hope to get to a point where we identify neighborhoods or areas where we most need schools or most need particular grade levels, and then work with the city to make sure that buildings are available, so that rather than telling a school you can't go here, we say this is where we really need you.
That's right. Now, one more follow-up on this. The school boundary conversation is in full force right now, and so I assume you're engaged in that conversation in this context. It would seem to me like that would be, when you start talking about feeders and neighborhoods and community engagement and all of that, this is where you do it. So tell me please that you are very actively involved in this discussion and this conversation and kind of the policies moving forward with boundaries.
We are very actively involved in the Boundary Commission. We have a board member, actually former board member, Emily Bloomfield, is a member of that commission, and then Clara Hess, a member of our staff. Also, she's not a formal member, but she attends every meeting and has worked very closely with the DME staff around this. And then I have a biweekly meeting with the DME, and at every meeting we have discussions about the boundary issues.
Great. For me, it is what you said. It's not about saying you can't go here, you can't go there. It's about saying, how about we have a comprehensive approach to our city so that everyone truly gets served the way that is appropriate, so everyone gets a quality education out of it.
Yes, and we're very supportive of that.
Great. Thank you all very much. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the extra time that you gave me in this round.
Thank you. Mr. Grasso, do you have additional questions for the panel? All right. Mr. Pearson, Mr. McCoy, I'd like to talk about the closings that are identified. One is, and we'll wind up with this subject with a discussion on options that's mindful of the parameters that the judge has placed on what we can and cannot discuss. The decision to close Arts and Tech Academy and to switch the operator to KIP, how was that decision made? How was it that KIP was awarded this particular facility?
I'll let you fill in the second one. It's two decisions. The first one was based on performance. Would we renew ATA? And the board decision was based on performance, no.
I'm sorry?
The decision, I say it's two, your question, the
first question is the decision to close ATA.
It was based on performance.
Okay. Now, does it ever,
We had failure to meet their goals within their own charter.
And I appreciate that you all have high standards, and we certainly, we recognize that. What factor, though, do you take into consideration that you're relegating the community to a lesser performing school when you close the school? Notwithstanding that ATA may not be the highest performer, the neighborhood schools that the children are coming from that attend ATA, it's Null and Davis, Drew, it's Smothers, or each of those schools are lower performers than ATA. So what factor does that play in your decision to close the school?
Mr. Chairman, you've hit on probably, in my time on the board, the most difficult type of decision that we wrestle with, which is if we close or we don't allow the school to extend, what happens to the children if their options are, at least anecdotally, worse academically than the current school?
I want to be clear, I'm not diminishing the progress that each of the leaders in those schools are making.
I'm not either.
I'm just looking at the numbers. Everyone tells me to look at the numbers. The numbers tell me that ATA's proficiencies, et cetera, are higher than the competing DCPS schools.
So what I'm saying is that dual decision is probably the most difficult one that we have to make. And so far, generally, after wrestling with that, looking at that issue, we generally come down on what is our responsibility, our primary responsibility under the law, and if the school does not meet the requirement for renewal, our responsibility is to rule in that way. What happens, though, in actuality is we're also at the same time considering the latter question. Okay, if this is where we have to end up, what could be the option so that those kids still have a facility that's a higher performing facility in the area? And that, in my answer to Mr. Grasso, this is one of the cases in which working with the LAA as we were approaching our decision, they were able to, that LAA was able to come up with, I think, 3 or 4 schools they were looking at and having conversations with, and they ended up having a successful conversation with KIP in terms of transferring assets.
Your decision was not made by the Public Charter School Board, but the decision was made by the LEA that you were attempting to close down?
The decision to go with KIPP is the LEA's decision.
And why is it that you necessarily would agree to that?
I'm sorry?
And what role, what factor, what role do you have? And I mean, what if they had decided to go with an operator that was, not known or an underperformer? Would you, what role would you, do you have to bless this at all?
Yes. Because the new charter, or the school with the new charter that was taking over the building, still has to come before us.
So you approved the KIPP takeover of ATA?
Well, they haven't been before us yet.
Yeah, exactly. So
you will approve it?
We will. And the reason we do that was very influenced by research that was done by Public Impact that looked at these kinds of takeovers around the country. And
I want to just stop in for a second.
Sorry.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I really want to, because we're at a crossroads of a conversation here that I'm not sure we are really prepared to have about, one particular stream of money that is influencing a lot of this discussion. And I think you can pretty much gather where I'm going with this. There's a stream of money that is influencing a lot of the conversations around turnover around schools and around particular operators. And Mr. Pearson, I'd ask you not to look perplexed, because I'd really rather not put this out on the record at the moment. I just want to be clear. You understand that you are going to have to bless this KIPP merger. That's the testimony. That's your testimony.
Yes.
All right. Do you understand what implications that decision will have on whether or not KIPP will need a second high school? Is what I'm trying to get at, and let me give you a time to think about this and your answer very carefully. The decisions that we are making them up as we go along. There is zero strategy, zero thinking, at least transparent conversations about the implications of these various moving parts. And Mr. McCoy, I'll put on the record a few. DCPS is caught every single time absolutely unaware and at their own fault for the changing school operations of charter schools. I mean, it comes as almost a case of first impression. Now, they may know at the top, but they never communicate downstream what is happening. And we'll use KIPP as an illustration. When KIPP moves from the Douglas campus, its high school from the Douglas campus, to its new Hamilton High School, that coupled with the expansion of grades at Webb, how many more, leaving ATA aside, how many more KIPP spaces are we instantly making available?
Several hundred.
500. Where are these kids coming from? Let's use the Douglas campus. That's where the majority of these kids are going to be. As we take the high school out and we add 1 or 2 classes for every grade, which elementary schools and which junior high schools are they coming from?
Assuming that this is a zero-sum game, and what we've seen happening in the city over the past few years is that new families move into the city as they have high-quality options.
Mr. Pearson, the growth in where the 0 to 5 is not where KIPP is not in the community around Douglas. The growth is not in that community. So which elementary schools, when when the high school from KIPP moves to Hamilton and they backfill hundreds of spaces at Douglas, which elementary schools, which DCPS schools, and I understand there's a citywide lottery, but there is also, in that community, a very close connection, and thank you for sharing the document with me about where kids come from for these respective schools. These schools, these are children that are coming from the community more or less adjacent, and so which elementary schools are going to get pounded when KIPP opens? Now, this may be the best thing for these kids, it may be a better option, but shouldn't our schools be communicating with one another? Well, let me tell you. The one school that I put right away on life supports will be Garfield. All right, Turner Turner would be in sites too. It's right down Stanton Road. But Garfield is even more precarious, being just a few blocks from Turner. Turner is recently renovated, and so you have a nice new building. Garfield was scheduled for renovations next year and miraculously was defunded as part of the mayor's recent reprogramming. So as we're talking about opening new high-quality spaces in a renovated building at KIPP, what does it mean for Garfield? That is once again told you will get a renovation, in years from now at an already declining enrollment. What does that mean for Garfield? it can't be good. And so I'm absolutely eager to see kids have these KIPP opportunities. But, you know, without a coordination of what it means for the kids who aren't lucky enough to get into KIPP, who are asked to remain in a deteriorating building where the resources follow the kids, so they're actually left in a disadvantaged position because no one's talking. But let's get to the issue. What happens, you know, are we not preparing ourselves for the need for a second KIPP high school?
I don't believe so. We have reviewed where the board is going to be considering a KIPP request for an enrollment ceiling increase. And my understanding is that the move to Hamilton provides enough space for a high school that can accommodate all of the schools feeding into KIPP.
But that was before the expansion at Douglas, and that was before the addition of nearly 650 kids at the ATA campus, Arts and Technology, and that campus actually, you can fit in a few more kids. So you're putting in the queue several hundred more kids to go to that KIPP high school, which is now at its capacity.
Well,
are we not, Mr. Pearson, I don't want to quarrel with you, but I also don't want to hear something that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that you are broadening the pre-K through 8 opportunities, and yet you think that this group can still fit comfortably into a maxed out high school. Are we not looking at a capacity issue and the need for a second KIPP high school? It's a yes or no.
I do not believe we are.
Do you know this for a fact?
I know it pretty well for a fact.
Well, and
based on the fact that there are approximately 40 or 50 students per grade at ATA in the higher grades, and that not all of them will go to the KIPP high school. So if you assume a reasonable level of
Why do you
attrition,
assume that?
Because that's the historical pattern across all of our schools, that not all 100% of students matriculate from the 8th grade into high school. And so if you assume 35 or 40 students from the ATA campus per grade times 4 grades at the KIPP high school, that's an additional number of about 120 students, which I believe the Hamilton campus can accommodate.
And you are also expanding the school, you are also backfilling the school that Douglas, the space at the high school, the top floor of that facility is going to be backfilled. And so you are actually creating a trajectory of more students. It's not just the 160 more or less that you'll have at ATA. It's the fact that Webb is growing up. Webb will grow up with grades, and you will have the backfilled Douglas.
Just so I understand your position, are you saying that it would be a bad thing for KIPP to have a second high school?
No, I'm not saying that. And that's a nice try at turning the tables, Mr. Pearson. I'm asking if you are engaging in anything approaching planning. And so for you to sit there and say, look, we understand that KIPP is going to add 500 new spaces that are currently not in its constellation of pre-K through 8, and they're going to take on another 650-person school, that collection is not going to impact what will already be a maximized, or pretty close to maximized high school. That doesn't seem realistic.
It is my understanding from multiple conversations with KIPP that they have no intention at this point of opening a second high school, and that they have done the planning such that they believe that all the students can fit at Hamilton. But that said, I would welcome KIPP opening a second high school because their high performance in the city would be a good thing for students in this town.
This is not whether or not KIPP is a high performer. I often, from this dais, compliment KIPP for having the second highest performing middle school in the city on Benning Road. So I need you just to hear what I'm saying and not react instinctively, just with a mantra. What I'm pointing out is a lack of planning in the charter community generally, with DCPS as well, and there are all of these forces at work because we're just creating stuff as we go along without a long-term plan as to what it will mean for a particular school system. KIPP is one of 61. What it means for the others, what it means for those who remain in the others, who aren't lucky enough to get the Willy Wonka ticket out, and when we disinvest in the schools that remain. All right, and so I used the Garfield example as it relates to KIPP's Douglas campus. I'm happy to use the Houston example and the Orr example in the catchment area of ATA. Both schools long promised modernizations. Guess which two schools, along with Garfield, had their modernization dollars stripped last week? Or in Houston. So if you see the situation we leave the kids in that aren't lucky enough to get into, and I agree, KIPP is an extraordinary school. I'd like to see more of that excellence. But I also think it's naive, and you can't, and you have a tendency to relieve ourselves as from the collective responsibility of leaving other kids in less advantaged situations. It's not just that they can't go to the good school, but simultaneously there are hands moving dollar bills around that decrease the attractiveness of these competing public school students from a facilities perspective. When the money follows the kids at ATA or any of the other places, that's less money for programming in the traditional public schools. And all I'm asking, Mr. Pearson, I'm not saying you're responsible for this. You are not. I'm asking for you to be intellectually honest and say that impacts the ability of DCPS to improve.
And my belief, and this, I'm being as intellectually honest as I can, is that the competition does not impede their ability to improve, that it stimulates their ability to improve, and that it draws new families into the city, which is a benefit for all.
I do understand that we have an expanding population. It is not evenly distributed throughout the city. We see where the growth of 0-5 population is. We're just going to have to, Mr. Pearson, we're just going to have an honest disagreement here. I see it is either an intentional effort to disinvest from certain schools in anticipation of other actions. It is either intentional or is negligent. And I don't know which applies. In other words, the executive is either negligent in their actions or they're intentional. But there are consequences. If you don't mind, let's move on to Booker T. Washington. I intend to explore each of these schools because each of them has an implication on the broader system. Just as I may be giving the charter schools a hard time here, I give DCPS the same hard time. It's equal opportunity because I hear critics from both sides, and I defend, as a contrarian, I'll defend the other system in face of the critic. So I hear all the time that from traditional public school advocates that you all are closing underperforming schools for two reasons. Number one, if you can shed your underperforming kids, it helps your test scores, and it can make charters look even better. And number two, politically, you can't be seen as gobbling up all the public school students all at once because it won't look good for the administration. So by shedding your underperforming schools, two things happen. Your test scores improve, and you're able to make DCPS look slightly better because their enrollment will stabilize. That's what I hear, right? And so let's talk about Booker T. Washington as an example. Where are most of the students from Booker T. Washington from? For those who may not know it, Booker T. Washington is about a block, I think that's a fair characterization, a block from Cardozo. And so these are kids who it's a vocational education school. These are kids who've had very challenging times, by and large. They have not been on the gilded tour, right? They found themselves at Booker T. Washington having had less than great experiences pre-K through 6, pre-K through 8. So it's a tough population. I'll just spare you. Most of the kids, the plurality are Ward 7 and 8, all right? Very few kids come from the neighborhood. Having closed that option, where, without another high school charter option, because even though KIPP is expanding, these kids can't go to KIPP. KIPP's already got room for its expanding high school. So we relegated these kids to which high schools?
Well, we've had explicit conversations with DCPS about the attractiveness of Cardozo for those students because Cardozo also has a vocational program focused around the building trades. And so our enrollment specialists have been specifically highlighting Cardozo as one option for the students at Booker T.
Now, let's be clear. Cardozo, has had a $120 million renovation. Earlier today, we were talking about, and you heard me defend this committee's actions to send $6 million to create a middle school and a high school. We spent $120 million on a school that now includes a middle school that's at 56% capacity. The Booker T. Washington students nonetheless score higher than the Cardozo students, have a higher graduation rate and a higher in-seat attendance. are we benefiting these students by closing Booker T. Washington and sending them to a school that on paper isn't performing at the level of this school? And how much of this is an effort to, to paper over DCPS's own inability to attract students from the community into a school?
Booker T. Washington was manifestly not meeting its charter goals, and we don't shirk. We didn't close them because we were legally obligated to. We closed them because we have high standards for our charter schools, and we don't believe that they were meeting those high standards, and they weren't meeting the very standards that they set for themselves.
Here's my fear, Mr. Pearson. I favor the high standards of the public charter schools. That's why I'm not a fan of the ESEA waiver, that I think gets people off the hook. It creates a fantasy land of accountability where nothing ever happens, and that's why I've been critical of it. I'm also not critical of the charter schools and their ability to succeed. What I'm looking at are these students who are going to be put in a less advantaged place by virtue of charter board actions.
So the minute that the board made a decision.
And I'm sorry, I'm having
the
difficulty
minute that
hearing
the
you.
board made a decision on Booker T. Washington, that evening, we had our enrollment specialists work with the families at Booker T, calling the parents and saying, where is your child in the school? Where would they like to go? Where do they live? And how can we help you find a quality option for that student?
All right.
And we take it very seriously that the students that are in schools that we close find homes in new schools that will meet them. And at Booker T, for example, some of the juniors that are very close to graduating, maybe they need 1 credit. We're working on ways that they can actually graduate from Booker T before the charter expires. So it's very important to us that we don't lose students into dropping out, which is our concern, especially around a high school.
Here's my
We have high-performing or medium high-performing, certainly higher performing than Booker T, high schools that are not full.
Yeah.
And
Such
so,
as?
for example, Friendship Collegiate, and Paul Public Charter School, Washington Mass Science Technology.
Paul hasn't gone through the 12th grade. Paul's still in 10th grade, so you haven't
No,
let.
but with respect to 9th graders.
All right. So that's not a complete. So
No, it's not complete.
That's not fair.
But there are higher performing charter schools.
Well, let's go
where
to
at least-
Perry Street, and let me share with you just the plan that as I see it. You have Booker T. So we have these beautiful new schools that DCPS has spent a fortune renovating that still are not performing anywhere near we want them, and yet we have 2 high schools that are closing that are in proximity to dramatically underperforming DCPS schools. So closing Booker T. Washington, it's very elegant that those kids could simply move across the street and fill up Cardozo. That looks good. Whether it's good for them is another story. Similarly, closing the Perry Street Prep High School. Which Ward 5 high school are you relegating, provided they can't get into Friendship through lottery? Which high school are you relegating them to?
So the Perry Street High School example is a different one. In that case, the charter was renewed, and the high school needs to close not at the end of this year, but at the end of next year. And the reason that, and the school is in active discussions with a Tier 1 high school that I can't name because they're still in preliminary discussions about essentially taking over that high school and operating a high school in the building so that it would be similarly like with ATA, it would be a seamless transition for those students, and a high school would continue in the Perry Street building, but under the educational leadership of a high-performing operator who we hope will do a much better job with those students than Perry Street has been able to.
I would hope so, too. In the meantime, what I would hope is it wouldn't fall apart, the school's charter revoked, and it'd be yet another opportunity to fill one of our new buildings. We built a larger Dunbar than the one that we had before, and it is half empty. And so by virtue of closing lower-performing charter high schools, it can appear, as if, again, we don't want to upset the political apple cart too much by having wholesale grabs, having tipping that, because once you get to the 50% of the system, you all are very conscious of that. And so it does have the effect of tapping down some of those concerns if it seems like it's not that you're not making a wholesale attack on all DCPS students. I'm concerned that for appearance's sake, though, we might be relegating kids to lesser quality options, filling up empty buildings that we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on. And what I really am interested in is whether or not, when you compare the scores, are we putting kids in a better position or a less than better position? And I think the jury is out. I don't think I know that. I don't think anybody knows that. We don't know until the kids finally matriculate where they matriculate. But can you understand why people might have that point of view?
Could I respond to that, Mr. Chairman? Yes, I can understand how people might have that point of view. And I would love it if we were in a situation whereby there had been enough coordinated planning that when we fulfilled what we saw as our obligation under the law to close an underperforming school, regardless of whether there was another school within 1,000 miles of that.
Right.
SRA doesn't say, wait till you've got a good option for these kids. Unfortunately, it says if the school is not performing up to what it agreed to in its charter, you have an obligation to close it. Doesn't say, if there's another school 6 blocks away that's half empty that could fill these, absorb these kids. It would be great, and if the point is we need to get together as a city and begin planning so that when we have to take these actions, there are other options, whether they're DCPS options or charter options. There are options so the kids don't suffer. I can't see why anybody would disagree with that.
You know what it reminds me of, to be honest? It reminds me of when the Soviet Union in the Eastern European markets, when it went from a very unstable, low-performing, low-quality, one-size-fits-all system to there's a messiness associated with competition in markets. And so that's what we have with our charter schools, right? And so there are winners and losers in a transition to a market system. And, I guess I'm just wanting to be conscious of making sure that those losers, in terms of institutions, don't cascade down into casualties as far as students.
But one thing that I'm taking away from this that I think we need to do a better job on is communicating and making sure that the school leaders, I'm not responsible, I need to respect the DCPS chain of command, but I'm also hearing from you that our actions are not filtering into...
At all.
And we need to do a better job of that.
Well, let me say I don't think that's necessarily your responsibility, although I appreciate your willingness. What I would hope is, and one of the functions behind the facilities bill, which is moving through the council, is so that we just know, right? That we know what each of these 61 separate operators are doing. Now, you may know what your 60 operators are doing, but that one massive operator outside the tent doesn't. And it needs to trickle down right down to the principal levels. So, so that, for instance, the principal branch at Garfield can know that there are hundreds of spaces opening up, and he needs to be thinking about that, because if he wakes up and he's built a school on a certain budget, a number of kids, and it is something else, if he's blindsided, it does impact the resources remaining. So that's all I'm suggesting. This needs to be above your pay grade and above the DCPS pay grade. This needs to be a deputy mayor inspired, and that's what we're hoping. Better coordination, better sharing of information. This is not knocking the charters. I tell you, I think that the opportunities and the innovation and the competition that the charter movement brought to this city is more than anything responsible for the renaissance of public education in the city. I believe that. That's why I defend, when there are calls to limit the number of charters or limit, or put any types of shackles on the ability. At the end of the day, I'm agnostic. Who manages the building, so long as the best results are for the children? There are times when we're discussing now, and I'm pressing back because I want to make sure some adult somewhere in the school is thinking about the losers in this transition to market. Okay? It's not being critical of you, Mr. Pearson, or Mr. McCoy, at all of you or the board. It's just really a demand that above that chain of command we start thinking, and that you can see how they're going to come one after another. I'm aware of the high-performing high school that's looking at Perry Street, and I think that would be an incredible, what a magnet, what an excellent high school that would be. That's so exciting that you really just want to blurt it out. But you know, as we, you know, bringing Two Rivers to Young is going to be an incredible opportunity for the young people who are on the east part of Capitol Hill. But we need to be mindful of what it means to Brown. It's just, and there are all these moving parts, what it means for our feeder system and so on. And what wouldn't kill us if in our government we had one entity responsible for simply watching the moving parts. That's all, right? Mr. Pearson, if you don't mind, the last question I have concerns Options Public Charter School. And I'm going to leave it to you to, based on your understanding of the judge's guidance, what you are comfortable and what we are permitted to talk about and what we aren't. And if you could explain where we are with respect to the revocation or the lack thereof and the partnership with DCPS and what has been done to ensure that you know, we've communicated these events to the parents.
Thank you for the opportunity to describe and discuss this. The board voted back in December to initiate charter revocation proceedings against Options Public Charter School, and we delivered a letter informing them of that with the reasons in January. Since then, Options has requested a public hearing, and just today asked that that public hearing be held in the middle of April. In the meantime, we have been working with the receiver and DCPS to present our board with a potential alternative to voting on revocation. And the revocation was always established to happen not at the end of this year, but at the end of next year. But we've heard from the receiver, we heard from this committee in a recent roundtable that the mere act of revocation could cause severe operating difficulties for the school because it's much harder to operate a school that is essentially with the charter revoked. And so we've been working with the receiver on an alternative to revocation that we can present to our board that we are referring to as a milestones-based memorandum of understanding that would ultimately lead to the transfer of the assets of the charter and the students to another operator, but in a controlled, planned, smooth way. And I cannot predict how our board will vote, but it's our intention to present them with that as an alternative to revocation. The receiver has been working with DCPS to provide educational services that essentially it would be DCPS teachers and DCPS leaders in the school next year operating the school. The school would still be overseen by the receiver, so they would be responsible for the financial oversight, for the legal. They would have the fiduciary responsibility for the school. But the actual educational services would be delivered by DCPS, and they have been working very hard on what that agreement would look like, what that contract. Tammy Lewis on our staff has been participating with it, and we expect that to be done. In addition, the two unknowns are how will the PCSB board vote, and then also will the judge support this? Because at this point, the receivership is scheduled to end at the end of June, and all of these plans presume that the receivership would be extended for another year. And so I believe it's all the parties' intention to advocate with the judge to do that, but it's ultimately up to the judge whether or not to do that. And if he did not, then we would need to look at another plan. But in any event, it's our intention to keep the school open next year under the educational leadership of DCPS.
Mr. Pearson, I really commend the way the board has been flexible in approaching this resolution. And I want to thank you and your staff for that work. And Mr. McCoy, I really think this is a case of first impression, and so the board is trying to figure this out as it goes along, and I appreciate the sensitivity you've taken to this complex situation. If the judge does not appoint a receiver or a monitor, as we've discussed, do you have it within your power, do you believe, to essentially step into the shoes of the board and do this yourself, even in the absence of a judicial receiver?
We do, but it would require that we take the step of revoking the charter because that's what triggers the legal authority for us to operate the school directly.
Can I offer, in the event that there's a third way, I appreciate that we often, and we should, try to operate within the swim lanes that the law provides. This, again, is something that we never anticipated when we were drafting these laws. If there is a third way, and if you need a tweak, we can definitely do it on an emergency basis. That will permit you to, again, fulfill the functions as we've discussed. Because I don't want it to be an either or, right? I don't want you to feel that the law requires you to cut these kids loose. This is an opportunity where I believe the board and the staff is really working in a very responsible way to do what's best for the kids. And I want to give you the tools, and we'll support the tools before the body to make that happen. But I do appreciate the way in which the board has been flexible in dealing with this. And I think it might provide a roadmap. Mr. McCoy, for in the future, when we look at school closings, rather than casting kids out necessarily, this could be an introduction to how do we, without court interference, how do we do this in a smooth way? Just brain food as we try to perfect the system going forward. Well, I don't have any more questions, Mr. Pearson or Mr. McCoy.
But thank you for your offer of help.
As is the custom, I'd like to give you all the last word. I want to just end by saying I appreciate your staff and how thorough they were in their responses to the committee. I appreciate the responsiveness of all the members, not just the public charter school board members, but the staff and committee's requests over the last year. It's really made this a very helpful and enlightening process and made it easier for the members of the committee to do our work. And we look forward to another good year. And want to thank you all for your service. And Mr. McCoy, I'll give you and Mr. Pearson the last word, and then we'll adjourn this meeting.
No, I'd just like to return the compliment, Mr. Chairman. I think people watching this on TV can maybe see what they think is an adversarial process. I think what's happening here and what's happening over the years is you're pointing up some issues that all of which we don't control but stimulate thinking, and I think are positive in terms of our common ultimate goal, which is the kids in this city get a great education. And so I appreciate your raising some challenging perspectives that force us to think through how we approach this, and I think we'll all be better for it, and the kids benefit. And that's what we should be about. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Any final words, Mr. Pearson?
I'd just like to echo that the oversight process isn't always easy for us, but it has, under your leadership, it has led to us taking changes for the better that candidly I'm not sure we would have focused on if not for this committee's oversight. I would cite the work that we've done in response to the roundtable you had on school safety, for example, where this committee's oversight had a dramatic and immediate impact on work that we're doing that I think will be for the benefit of children. So we appreciate your oversight, your thoroughness, and your care about these issues that are so important.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. This meeting is adjourned at 10 minutes before 2. Thank you all.